Good morning, everyone. We will begin this morning with the opening prayer from Bishop Joseph R. Kopaz, the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Jackson.
Good morning. We call upon our loving God as we begin this day, truly to be inspired in His Holy Spirit. Gracious God, bless us as we come together this morning and look forward to a great day where we can be together in your Spirit, open to one another, open to the past, the present, and all that can be in the future. We ask your blessing upon us to strengthen us in faith, in hope, and in love, to know that these enduring virtues are at the heart of all we do, for we trust in what can be, reconciling where needed what has been, giving thanks for what is today, and again, what can be tomorrow. And we thank you for just the appreciation to know that we come in this generation, building upon what has gone before us, who have gone before us. So many courageous and wise, and those who were committed to the truth, to greater justice and enduring peace in our communities and in our society. So bless us this day, strengthen in us the commitment to truly do the right, to love goodness, and to walk humbly with you. In your holy name, amen.
Thank you, Bishop Kopaz, for that beautiful, inspiring prayer. I will now invite Mr. Mayor, our Mr. Mayor, as we call him, Mayor Dan Gibson of the City of Natchez, to come and give the welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman, and good morning. Good morning. I'm so glad to see all of you here, and it is a great day, and truly this is the day the Lord hath made, and we shall be glad and rejoice in it. When I consider the occasion and all of the work that's gone into this, I have to say a special thank you to Alderwoman Valencia Hall and her vision. Her vision, her leadership, and always being a person who truly stands for what is right. When I first got to learn about Marjorie Baroni, it was through stories told to me by Alderwoman Hall. And these stories reveal so much about this beautiful city, because this is a city with quite a past, a complicated past, but yet a story of love, a story while yet of tragedy, a story also of triumph, a story where so many, in spite of the odds set against them, accomplished so much. One example, this next week on Wednesday, we will celebrate the 140th anniversary of the day that a gentleman named John Bowman Banks received his medical license, becoming the very first black doctor, not only in Natchez, but in the entire state of Mississippi. You know, we have a city that has celebrated many firsts. After all, we were the first city on the highest bluff of the mightiest river, and mayor, the first municipality in the state of Mississippi. And with that history, Natchez, just as we have as a country, has endured it all, has seen it all, and we've come to a place today where we truly have made tremendous progress. What I'm excited about today is that we're going to have a conversation about incidents, stories, about achievements, about things that many of us, myself included, may never have heard. But these are stories about the American spirit, stories about the Natchez spirit, stories about courage, stories about love, and stories about one community dealing with its past, embracing its present, and rallying together for what is continuing to be an ever-expanding future. And so, Alderwoman Hall, thank you. Thank all of you for being here today. And I especially thank all of those who have gone before us to make Natchez the special, beautiful, and loving city that it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is a privilege working with this man. He is a man of integrity and of dignity and for all people. And it shows in daily work here in the city of Natchez and in Mississippi. I'm going to give you a little history as to how we came upon today. I got a call from Terry Ming Dreyer and her husband, Peter Dreyer, 8 months ago, asking if I would consider writing an article commemorating what would have been the 100th birthday of Mrs. Marjorie Baroni. I said I would, but I would not do it without the approval of her children. So Terry's sister, Tracy, reached out to Mark. Mark and I had a conversation, and his brother Philip, his sister Roseanne, and Mark's son, Damien, and I met. I showed them the article, and they approved it. There was only one request, that I not mention their names in the article. They wanted this about their mother and their father. That was the only correction that was made. We received rave reviews from this article. It was published in the Natchez Democrat and in the Bluff City Post. Bishop Kopass has put it in the Diocesan Archives. Since we've been in office, Mayor Gibson, me, and our administration has been talking about telling the whole story, the good, the bad, the ugly of Natchez and of Mississippi, from the Civil War, slavery, civil rights, to today. So with Mrs. Baroni, and I have been asking people also to talk about my pastor, Father William Morrissey, pastor of Holy Family Catholic Church, leader of our school in the 60s, if they would speak of him. The only comment I received, we know of him. So I had two thoughts with that. Either you're racist or anti-Catholic or both. So my take on that is we cannot complete the story without telling the whole story. And you tell the story of the white people here in Natchez who suffered fighting for the rights and dignity of black people. Marjorie Baroni was one of those people. Father Morrissey was the other person who suffered greatly for what they did for us as black people in the cities of Natchez and for the state of Mississippi. So thank you, Terry and Peter, for getting this started. And I thank the Baroni family for allowing this story to be told of their mother, their father, and of them. This family suffered immensely. They had death threats, bomb threats, as did Father Morrissey. The Klan were after them for fighting for people who did not look like them. But as I say, they were oppressed because of their character, not because of the color of their skin. So we're grateful for all of you who have come today to hear these stories. And truly, again, I now have some new friends in the Baroni family. I know Mark and I know David from school. Both are younger than I, but we were in school together. And I remember Roseanne walking in the hallway. And when we first met, I asked Roseanne, I said, Roseanne, you had a long ponytail, didn't you? And she said yes. And I remember Roseanne, and she had a bounce to her walk. She still has a bounce to her walk, and she would, with this little bounce and long ponytail, walk through the halls. There were many people you'll hear more stories about when we get started, but I just want to thank you all for coming and being a part of this. So we will now proceed to panel 1, which is Race and Natchez in the Past. And Reverend John W. Scott Jr. is moderator of this panel. Reverend Scott is the pastor of Christian Hope Baptist Church. So welcome, and welcome to all the moderators and panelists for today. And again, for the Baroni family who are a part of this. They are moderators and participants on panels today. So Reverend Scott, come on up, and Mayor Tony Byrne and Philip Baroni, please come up. Oh, sure, absolutely. We will now begin our panel 1, Race and Natchez in the Past. And people do feel free to get up, get pastries. We will have lunch at lunchtime here. And the bathrooms, you go out these 2 doors down the hall to your left, and take another left, and both men and women's bathrooms are over there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Scott, and I have the privilege of serving as the moderator for this panel 1, Race Relations in the Past in Natchez. Allow me to begin by introducing our panelists this morning, a very capable group. First of all, we have Philip Baroni, grew up during the civil rights movement in Natchez and Southwest Mississippi as the third of Louis and Marjorie Baroni's 6 children. Coming of age during the 1950s and 60s, he witnessed his parents' courageous stance for justice and equal rights in a tense and often violent community environment. After a career in healthcare administration, Philip retired to Little Rock, Arkansas with his lovely wife, Lou Ann. He is documenting his experiences of growing up in Natchez during this pivotal era. And we also have our former mayor, Tony Byrne, served as Alderman of Ward 4 from 1966 to 1968, and as mayor of Natchez from 1968 to 1988. During his tenure, he worked closely with civil rights leaders like Charles Evers and Father William J. Morrissey to advocate for justice and equality. And the third panelist this morning is Ms. Valencia Hall, who is the Alderwoman for Ward 1 in Natchez, serving since 2020. Valencia's family was one of the first families from Holy Family Catholic Church to integrate Cathedral School in the 1960s. She holds diplomas and degrees in nursing and counseling from the Providence School of Nursing in Mobile, Alabama, and University of Evansville in Indiana. A master's in pastoral studies from Loyola University, New Orleans, and is a member of the Catholic Diocese of Jackson Intercultural Commission. As you may note, that Dr. Lamar Braxton had previously been invited to serve as a panelist, and he transitioned prior to that time. I had the privilege of doing his eulogy, a fine, fine gentleman. And allow me to just go ahead and read his bio. He was the first Black director of AGFC Head Start, serving in the role of nearly 42 years. He was elected president of the Mississippi Association of Community Action Agencies 3 times and was instrumental in appointing Dolores Rankin as the first Black county welfare director. Braxton co-founded the United League of Organizations during the challenging times for the NAACP and helped rename Pine Street to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. He also attended Dr. Martin Luther King's funeral alongside notable figures from Natchez and beyond. As we begin our discussion this morning, I am going to ask our former mayor, Tony Burns, if he would go first, and perhaps he will share with us what the mindset was in Natchez during these critical times. At this time, Mayor Tony Burns, we yield to you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Can you hear me okay? Okay. When I came in a while ago, it's been a long time since I've been in the mayor's office, but there was a gentleman outside, and he stopped me when I came in. He said, "Has anybody ever told you you look an awful lot like the former mayor of Natchez, Tony Burns?" So we all have egos, and I said, "Well, yes, they have," and I kind of wanted to hear what he said. He said, "Must make you mad as hell." I was working for the Chamber of Commerce as a young man when I first got out of Mississippi State, and most of you don't believe this, but I played basketball at Mississippi State, and you said that can't be true because you're short and white. But I did play ball there, and I came back and ended up working for the Chamber of Commerce. And we had actually started with the Chamber of Commerce prior to all the problems that we had with the bombings, of meeting with the Black leadership of Natchez, because we had 3 big industries here that knew what was going to be coming down the pipe as far as promoting Blacks to positions that were previously held by whites. And so we were meeting at that time to try to get as smooth relationship as we could through. But then that was about the time, too, that Wallace Jackson was murdered, blown up. And so that kind of blew up what was happening with the Chamber of Commerce. And then, of course, it probably ended up in the streets, as most of you know. But while I was working for the Chamber of Commerce, a gentleman named Tom Reed was on the Board of Aldermen, and he kind of I had a similar background to what he did. He had been in the state legislature, he worked for the Chamber of Commerce, he was working at Johns Manville at the time, and he had remarried and he was moving out of the ward. And in those days you had to live in the ward, but you ran citywide. So he asked me to run for alderman, and I said, "Mr. Reed, I have no desire to be in politics." And he said, "Well, it pays $300 a month," and I was making $400. I said, "Well, wait a minute, maybe I better reconsider," not thinking at the time that civil rights was going on. So, it was kind of tough in 1966. Of course, the voter registration had happened in '65. As I got into the race, Mr. Reed said he would help me a lot. But then his son's best friend, Bernard Wood, decided to get in the race, and Bernard was chairman of the Adams County Republican Party at that time here. And so Mr. Reed kind of had to drop me, and I was just hanging out there with no political experience whatsoever. Didn't know what the devil to do. But some of the aldermen, who were older white men, said, "The public does not know this, but the black vote is going to be tremendous from now on, because in 1965 they had the voter registration." So they asked me, said, "Would you mind going to the black churches and speaking?" And I said, "I have no problem whatsoever in doing it." Of course, not knowing the Klan was going to throw out all the papers on me and, tell everybody how bad I was and so forth. But anyhow, when the first ward came in, which was my home ward, and you lived in the ward, but you ran citywide. I lost the first ward, and I said, oh my God, what's going to happen to me now? I'll lose my job, everything's going to go to hell. And the second ward came in, and third ward kind of split it. The black vote came in, we won by 1,000 votes. And that was the first time that Natchez Adams County realized what power the black vote had at that time. And from then on, of course, I was on the Board of Aldermen when Wallace Jackson was blown up. We did go to the funeral. Of course, Roy Wilkins, head of the NAACP, came down. Quite a funeral. Charles Evers put on quite a eulogy for him. And then decided to run for mayor. And John Nosser was mayor. His daughter is here with us today. And I did not run against Mr. Nosser because I didn't like him, because I supported him. And Mr. Nosser had done a great job in Natchez, as far as I was concerned, helping the black community with churches and everything else. But he had grocery stores. And poor Mr. Nosser, every time he made a decision as mayor, either the NAACP boycotted him or the Klan boycotted him. So he was caught, he was going broke, frankly, is what was happening to him. But he still wanted to serve and try to do the job that he could. But anyhow, I decided to run because I was young and I didn't have a business, so they couldn't hurt me. They could pull all the boycotts they wanted. You know, all I could get out of me was my salary, so that was no way that they could hurt me. But I did win the election. But as soon as I won the election in May, but did not take office until July. And I have a house on Lake St. John, a camp. And I was up there because I had no police radio or anything. And we had a riot on June 1st, 1968 in downtown Natchez. And we were under martial law. They came and got me from the lake. We came across the bridge. We had 325 highway patrolmen in here, and they had taken over the city of Natchez. And we did have martial law. We came across the bridge. They had automatic guns on us, and I was cutting grass when they came and got me, so I was in shorts, hadn't shaved, and came across the bridge with Alderman Hall Wilson, who was Mayor Pro Tem at the time. And when they stopped us to see what we were doing coming in Natchez, he introduced me as the newly elected mayor of Natchez, and they kind of looked at me and said, yeah, you sure look like one. So anyhow, we go to City Hall, and the blacks did not want to meet with Mr. Nosser because he only had one more month in office. But Mr. Nosser was a very proud man, and he said, if they're going to meet, they're going to meet here with me because I'm still the mayor of Natchez. Well, they didn't want to meet with Mr. Nosser, so we went to the Chamber of Commerce to try to calm, they let me meet with them there to try to calm everything down. And we go to the Chamber of Commerce, and what had happened that night before was the typical rumors that a white cop had killed a black man. And so the rumors flew through all the joints in Natchez, and most of them were just hoodlums, to be honest with you. And so we went to Chamber of Commerce to meet, and I'm a young Catholic Kennedy-type politician thinking, surely I can calm them down. And I went in, and they didn't pay one damn bit of attention to me at all. They just wanted to raise hell about everything. And by that time, excuse me, Reverend, but we had some rogue preachers that came in about that time thinking they could make some money. So I couldn't do anything, so I called my friend Charles Evers, who was head of the NAACP and field secretary for the state of Mississippi. And no cell phones in those days, but Charles was on the Johnny Carson show at the time in Hollywood, and he said, Tony, don't do anything, just don't meet with them till I get back there. So again, we had to meet at the Chamber of Commerce, and we did. And Charles was a master at this. He would sit there and just listen and listen and listen till he'd had enough. And finally, one of the black guys who had been, I'm sure, half drunk when he did it, said, Charles, that Mr. Allen on St. Catherine Street, who had a furniture store, said he was shooting at us. And Charles looked at him and he said, I'll tell you what, if you've been trying to burn down my business, he said, I'd shot your black ass too. And with that, everything just went out of the building. And Charles said, now, Tony just got elected, give him a chance to get in office and do what he says he's going to do. And if he doesn't do that, then we'll go after him. But thank goodness I had a board of aldermen, all white at the time and much older, who grew up in segregation, that agreed with me to appoint blacks on every commission and committee that we had. And that opened up the lines of communications, which was a benefit to me the whole time we were in office. And I could probably ramble on about a few other things, Reverend, but I think, I don't know what's on the panel exactly, but I would hope it'd be kind of open for questions at the end after Philip and all the ladies. I would like to tell you a couple personal things. I saw an article on this lady, and she was making a talk at the Historic Society, and they said she has more degrees than the thermometer. And I would like to point out to you that during the time that I was in office, my daughter Christy, who is here from Birmingham, dated Mark Baroni at the time, so I caught it from both sides. I saw what the Baronis went through. And Christy is right here, and my stepdaughter Pat, so I was proud of them because people don't realize, you do, among others, when you do something like we did and kind of get ostracized for being friendly towards black, it hurts your children. And I'm sure they suffered a whole lot through that. So I'm proud of them. And Mark Baroni and Christy dated in high school and had not seen each other in 40 years. So glad that they got together. And I'll be, when it's over, if there's any questions, we can go from there. But I could probably ramble all day, but I think other people have something to say besides me.
You can go ahead.
Thank you, former mayor. And just for clarity, there is a period allowed at the end of the discussions for questions and answers. All right, that's second.
Did these come out? Yeah. I'm going to stand a little bit because I will direct some of the slides. As Reverend Scott said, my family was one of the first families in the early 60s, mid-60s to integrate Cathedral School. And to this day, I say we sacrificed Holy Family Catholic School for integration. And I would not change anything. My sisters and I, there were 7 of us, but at that time, there were only 4 of us. And I heard a story recently that my father told Father Morrissey that if all of us cannot go, then none of us will go. Because early on, Bishop Giroux, Casey, go back to the first Bishop Giroux. One more. Bishop Giroux. Bishop Giroux declared that the integration of all Catholic schools would occur in 1963. To this day, Holy Family is closed and it was never integrated. Sister Mary Junkin, one of the Daughters of Charity, who is no longer with us, she's in heaven, wanted Holy Family integrated so bad. She kept fighting for integration for Holy Family until the day she died. But it never happened. I remember we were sitting at dinner table. We never ate until Daddy came home from work. He worked at IP. So one day he said to the 4 of us, well, next year your mother and I are going to send you to Cathedral. And if you don't like it, and they don't want you there, we'll go back to Holy Family next year. So I was the only black child in my class for 2 years, 5th grade and 6th grade. And it was pure hell. One of my sisters recently said to me, we didn't go through what you went through because we had other classmates from Holy Family in our classes at Cathedral. Alvin Shelby is one of those kids. He and my sister Maria classmates. So I vividly remember one day, and this girl's family were just as kind, gentle to our family. Her siblings were. But for whatever reason, peer pressure, whatever, one day, and to this day I hate inside recess because I'm wondering who's going to play with me today, or who's going to play a game or talk to me. So this one day, we had a boy to move in from Texas, and he and I were sitting side by side at our desk talking. And this girl comes up and says, stop talking to that end. I've never forgotten that. I've had to forgive a whole lot, but I have never forgiven that. Forgive me, Bishop, but I have bothered Aaron. But that's something I have not forgiven. And this year we celebrated our 50th anniversary, our class reunion. I've only gone to two, the 30th and this one. And this woman and another one, 2 different times of that weekend, came up to me and said, "I'm proud of you." And I just looked at the other one and just walked away. But this one in particular, I said, "It doesn't matter to me what you think of me. The only person's opinion of me who matters is mine." And I walked away from her. But her family never, ever said a derogatory saying or were ever racist towards my family and me. Her siblings were wonderful, but not this girl. And there was another woman. She and I will be bonded until the day we die. For some reason, her mother knew exactly when recess was. Uncanny, she knew. She would come to the gate, to the fence, and this girl would say, "I can't play with you now, but when my mother leaves, I will come back and play with you." We would be swinging or doing, maybe playing catch with the ball, and she would come back every time and play with me. Her mother knew. I don't know if the office would call her and say, "It's recess time, you need to come up here," or what. But she was there every day. And gosh, I moved back to Natchez in 2001. And in 2003, the Daughters of Charity left. We had a celebration in St. Mary. And my father was part of the program. My father was the first Black member of Cathedral's Advisory Committee, which is synonymous to a public school board. And I had the privilege of following him. In the 2000s, I served on the board under the principalship of Pat Sanguinetti. Pat's a wonderful man. So we were at the reception, and this girl's parents came up to me. Both of them hugged me. And I was just floored. I'm thinking, you're touching me, and you didn't want your daughter playing with me? And they said, "Valencia, we're glad you're back in Natchez because we've missed you." I reciprocated, their hug. But this girl's very father also stopped talking to my father at IP when we integrated Cathedral. Until the day we integrated, he would speak to my father. The day we integrated, he stopped speaking to my father. So my father was ostracized at his place of work because his children integrated Cathedral School. And I remembered I was in my adulthood, but Sister Dolores Coleman, and some of you may remember Sister Dolores Coleman, she said to me, "Valencia, I had a meeting with those parents at Cathedral. And I told them, some of you probably don't want these kids here because some of them are probably related to you." I said, "You told them that, Sister?" She said, "I sure did." And Sister also said to me that the reason Bishop Giroux said that there wasn't a lot of room in each classroom at the beginning of integration was because he was trying to protect the kids from Holy Family and the families. He knew it would be a very tumultuous time for us, for our parents, and that's why he said that he did not want to send too many at one time. But I say for every child of color that has gone to Cathedral, that is going to Cathedral, it's because of the children and families of Holy Family in the 60s, and one of those is mine. And I vividly remember Mrs. Baroni. I was a young child, but I have a wonderful memory. I remember her being in our neighborhood with Mrs. Mazik. Mrs. Mazik, Mrs. Mamie Mazik was a civil rights activist during the time of Mrs. Baroni. They worked with Father Morrissey. That's Monsignor Fulham. Excuse me, go back to Monsignor Fulham. That's Monsignor Fulham. Monsignor Fulham was here during the time of integration. And I've been told by several families at St. Mary that Monsignor Fulham told the families, if you pull your child out of Cathedral for integration, you will not return while I am pastor. And they said he stuck to his word. If their child left Cathedral because we were integrating, then he would not allow them to return. One more slide back, Father Morrissey. Father Morrissey, that's William J. Morrissey, a Josephite priest. Father Morrissey was born in 1918. He served the last 23 years of his life here in Natchez and in Fayette, at Holy Family and at St. Anne Catholic Church, which was the first integrated parish in the state of Mississippi. Father Morrissey is standing next to Father Morrissey is Mr. Evers. Next to Mr. Evers is Mr. George F. West, then Reverend Shad Baldwin and Mr. Pinckney. Whenever I have mentioned that the NAACP met in our parish hall, some people in the black community want to dismiss that. But here is proof that they met in our parish hall. That's our parish hall. The office for Mrs. Bernard, who was the secretary of the NAACP, was in what is now the kitchen area of our parish hall. They also met with Mrs. Mamie Mazique's family. Miss Mamie was also a civil rights activist, worked with Mrs. Baroni. My parents spoke fondly of Mr. and Mrs. Baroni. Mr. Baroni was a very quiet man. I'm not going to speak much about them. I'm going to let their family speak about them. But I want to share what I know of them from what my parents told me and what I would see of them in the community. They were very, very deeply, deeply loving people. Mrs. Baroni lived Catholic social teaching. I wanted, in my writings of her, to bring out the depth of this woman. She had a deep spirituality. She was a convert to Catholicism. Her friend was Dorothy Day, who was up for canonization in the Catholic Church. Mrs. Baroni lived Catholic social teaching, and for me, she epitomized Rerum Novarum, an encyclical written by Pope Leo XIII in 1891, which stresses dignity and rights for all people and just wages. That's what Mrs. Baroni epitomized for me, Catholic social teaching. Mrs. Mazique, Mamie Lee Green Mazique, also worked with Mrs. Baroni and Father Morrissey. Mrs. Baroni brought about social change here in Natchez. It's she and Father Morrissey who led Freedom Summer to Natchez and to Mississippi. And I'll share more when we have questions and answers about that if Philip and his siblings don't do that. But for me, she was the epitome of Catholic social teachings. And the NAACP, social activists across the country, stayed in the Baroni home and at the rectory at Holy Family. Father Morrissey was a target of the Klan. They watched him. They stood outside his rectory, and they followed him to Fayette, to St. Anne. He was a target. I think Father Doyle was scared. He was a young associate pastor. Holy Family was his first assignment, a man out of the seminary. Shortly after ordination, he was sent to Holy Family with Father Morrissey. So they were targets, but Mrs. Mazique, Father Morrissey, Mr. Evers, they had a camaraderie like no other. They fought for us. And that's why I want to tell her story, because this woman suffered because she fought for black people. And her family suffered because they associated with black people. They were ostracized, and we need to let this story be told. That's why I wanted us to have this symposium. So I'll be available for questions and answers as well. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention Bishop Brunini. Bishop Brunini, who's also, he was the very first one you showed, Casey. A few back. That's Mayor Nasser. One thing I would like to share about Mayor Nasser was blamed erroneously for the arrest of black protesters who were taken to the city auditorium and arrested and taken to Parchman. Mayor Nasser wasn't even here in Natchez that day. Other white officials were responsible for that, but they blamed Mayor Nasser. They burned one of his Jitney Jungle stores. They bombed his house. And Jean, thank you for being here today. I know y'all have suffered tremendously because of the stance of your father, a Lebanese, a man from Beirut, Lebanon, who moved to Vicksburg from Lebanon as a young man, immigrated, then moved to Natchez and became mayor of Natchez. And yes, his house is on Linton Avenue. It's called the Mayor's House. It was not called the Mayor's House then. Whoever bought it later put up that sign, the Mayor's House. But that home was bombed when Mayor Nasser and his wife were home, and Jean and her sister were not. So I thank you for the stance your father took for civil rights as well, Jean. And if you heard of Nasser City, those were Mayor Nasser's 3 Jitney Jungle stores. So I know everybody here in this room has heard of Jitney Jungle. And that was Mayor Nasser, Jean Nasser Big Lane's father. Thank you, Jean. And this is Bishop Brunini. Bishop Brunini and Mrs. Baroni also worked very well together. She was also always in Jackson at Human Relations Council meetings. She went as far as Washington, D.C., talking to President Kennedy about the plight in Mississippi. So this woman is a saint for what she did. And her husband was her right-hand man. He stood by her every step of the way. He supported everything she did. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Alderwoman Valencia Hall. At this time, we're going to yield to our final panelist, Mr. Baroni.
Thank you very much, Reverend Scott. I don't know, it's going to be kind of hard to follow these two, Ms. Valencia and Mayor Bernard, but I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to try to speak from my heart about my experience growing up in the 60s and what my emotions were and how I tried to cope. Now, I know we've mentioned my mother a lot already, and we should. She was a courageous person. But there were many, many other people in Natchez, both black and white, that were on the front line of this tremendous change that was occurring between the races in the 60s and into the 70s. So I would be remiss if I did not mention, I'm not going to mention any names, but I think most of you people in the room know that it takes a, what is the saying? It takes a village. And here we are, how many years later? 60 years later, give or take a few, and we're having a gathering like this. I just think that's tremendous. And I appreciate those who organize it, especially Ms. Valencia Hall and the mayor, the current mayor, Mayor Gibson. And I'm honored to be here to speak. So, but I think that my input here has to do with growing up in my teen years and experiencing all of the tension within my own household. We grew up on Oriole Terrace, which is near the Armstrong Tire and Rubber Company, and then moved to 503 Monroe Street. And I think one of the reasons the family, my parents moved us, was to have a more secure home. And that was in 1964, 65. I can't remember the exact dates. I was probably about 12 or 13 years old at the time. I tried personally to have a normal life. And part of that was by ignoring what was going on in the community. I was somewhat popular in high school. I went to Cathedral High School. I went to Cathedral the whole time, elementary and high school. And I played sports and enjoyed that and had friends. And I enjoyed that. So by no means did I march, and I tried to hide, basically. And this talk that I'm making is going to be very informal, so y'all just bear with me. I bounced around during my teen years. I do remember when Mayor Byrne described the riot on June 1st. That's a good memory, because I remember that date as well. We were gathered at our house, our family, and a car drove by on Monroe Street, and all of a sudden I saw shots fired up at the house. And so that was very scary for me. So within the next week, I packed my suitcase, and my older brother, Neil, had moved to Boston, Massachusetts, and I was on, not literally, but on the first bus to Boston, because I wanted to get the H out of Natchez. It was too scary for me. I was not ready for all of the intimidation and all of the other stuff that went with the movement back then. So I went back and forth from Boston to Natchez, and finally I realized that a person needs courage to make change. And I became involved in some Massachusetts politics. At the time, the Vietnam War was going strong, and I became involved in that, not the war, but in the politics of that. And so I think I was developing some latent things that I learned growing up in Natchez in the 60s. I learned that you have to take a stand. And I learned that people make mistakes. My mother was not perfect. And we should also mention my father, who went to work at Armstrong Tire every day for 30 plus years. In the nest of the Klan, there were a lot of Ku Klux Klan that worked at Armstrong, but he went to work every day, and I mean that. He had a great work ethic, which I learned from him, and I know it was very hard for him and for our family, my siblings, and to live a normal life. But we didn't, I really think that we did not have it near as bad as the black community here in Natchez and in Southwest Mississippi. There were bombings, there were murders, and you all know that. And we're not here today to focus on that, but there was a lot going on, and I think we all grew through that, me and my siblings. And we did not have a normal Ozzie and Harriet kind of family life. But for some reason, we survived that, we grew from that, and we are here to tell about it, which is a blessing in itself for me. So I guess what I've learned from the experience, I've learned empathy, I've learned concern for others. In my healthcare administration career, one of the reasons I went into that career, I chose that career, is I wanted to help people. I wanted to help people get the services that they needed, and I wanted to help get health care. And I think I did learn that from my mother. And I learned a good work ethic from my father. And so putting those two together, I think I had a successful career in healthcare. So, you know, I'm kind of rambling, but it was a tough time for our family, but it was worth it. And it's just such a joy to come back here. My wife and I and most of my family, all but one of my daughters, lives in Little Rock, Arkansas. And it's a joy for us to come back and revisit Natchez and the progress it's made. And the progress you may not be able to see. But the fact that we're all gathered in this room just is proof that even Natchez can improve. And I don't mean to sound condescending, but I've had to work through a lot of bitterness, a lot of I won't call it hate, but a lot of dislike for the community because of what I experienced growing up. But I've come to terms with that, and I really enjoy coming back here and visiting. And this place has really taken off. I mean, I was getting ready for this. We're staying at the Grand Hotel, and I was looking. We have a river view, and I was looking out at the bluff. And you see people just running and walking and just using that beautiful area. My daughter's mother-in-law is here, and they were telling me how much they enjoyed touring Natchez yesterday. And so there's a freedom here now. There's a spirit of freedom. And though it may not be evident every day, and yes, there's still problems, but I think, as the mayor said this morning, Mayor Gibson, I think that there is a desire to work on those problems and to keep improving. I mean, I'm of the adage that we try to make progress until we die, and nothing is ever final, but we just keep taking one step at a time for unity, for social justice, and to love each other in God's spirit. So that's really all I have to say. I do thank each one of you for coming, and I hope we have a interesting day, which we already have, and so we'll go from here. Thank you.
I would like to say, when we were meeting 8 months ago, I was telling Philip, Lou, Roseanne, and Mark that Natchez is not the Natchez, nor is Mississippi of 1960s. And both Philip and Lou said, "Are you sure?" They could not believe it. They really couldn't, because of what they suffered. And I totally understand. And I said, we are totally different. We are becoming one Natchez. And when I was running for office in 2020, that was my platform, one Natchez. And we have become one Natchez. There were people who wouldn't talk to me at Cathedral, who started talking to me in my adulthood. I could not believe, I didn't trust them at first. I'm thinking, you wouldn't talk to me. You would tell people, oh, don't talk to her, she has cooties. I'm thinking, what are cooties? That's the language that was said about black people. You can't touch them, they have cooties. So we are different, and I'm glad that you have embraced that we are a changed people. Natchez is changed. So we'll open it up for questions and answers, and Luann says she'll take the mic around. Luann, there's a floor mic. You can open it up for questions.
Okay. Very good. At this time, we're going to open it up for questions, and we have just a few minutes.
Yes.
And as I listen
10 minutes for questions and answers.
10 minutes. Okay.
10 minutes for questions and answers. Oh, yeah, oh, absolutely.
Okay,
But,
thank you.
want to share.
Just before we have the question and answers, and I was just sitting there, and as I listened to these stories, then it just opened up it just opened a door of memories for me. And prior to the time when integration became official, there was a choice form. And with this choice form, you could go to the school of your desire. And so Dad thought that was a good idea. He was working at Armstrong at the time, and of course, he was not on the front line for the soul, but he was a pastor, he was a preacher, and I would attend all of the the meetings with him, and also march and the like. And with this choice form that he thought was a great idea, he came home one night and he said, "How would you all like to go to Washington Elementary?" which was then, quote unquote, the white school. At the time, we were attending Central Elementary. And, if Dad thought it was a good idea, we knew that the question was rhetorical. And so we said, "Yes, Dad, yes." And after he departed the room, of course, we had our own private discussion. But we attended Washington Elementary at the time, and it was different, very, very different. And I know that it was not only different for the African Americans, or also for the white students as well. And attending Washington Elementary, there was a principal there, Mr. Alma. And I appreciated him because what he did, one of the things he did that stands out in my memory is when we would have lunch, he made sure that we would all sit together. And that was good and that was bad. In that we were sitting together, oftentimes there was this one particular young man, this student, who would sit across from me. And he wore these black and white shoes. I have never worn a pair, owned a pair, but I know that they are hard. And what we would do during lunch is simply kick each other the entire lunch period. That's how I found out that they were hard shoes. And I had these little cute shoes on. They were not hard. But that is what we would do. And, school year went fine, and then finally we went to Morgantown Elementary School. The principal did not use the same principle as, having everybody sit together. And we sat at tables. There was 3 of us, Michael Proby, Estella Sylvester, and myself. And we had the cleanest table in the room. No one else would dare sit at the table with us. In fact, they would get their lunch and they would walk around until someone else would move before they would take a seat. And so we had the cleanest table. Other things that were different there is that we did not have locks on the lockers. And they would throw eggs in my locker. They were not fried. And there were times when I would leave my books, someone would write a new name on it. I'm not going to tell you what that name was, but it started with an N. Meet me after school, I thought was a greeting. But that's the way it was. I can recall also, one incident by being on the bus when one of the students passing by stopped and put a knife at my throat. And he looked at me, I looked at him and stared, and he was there for a period of time, and I think I heard the bus driver say, "Move along." And he pulled the knife and kept going. But pushing and shoving and wanting to fight and being called names were some of the things that I recall during that particular period, even prior to integration being official. But, you know, there again, as everyone has said, you know, certainly progress has been made. And if progress is to continue, it will not be accidental, but it has to be intentional. At this time, we're going to questions and answers.
Any questions?
Are there any questions?
I was asked a question earlier today. What changed my view on segregation and integration? When I was at Mississippi State, we were playing basketball in a tournament in North Carolina called the Carousel Tournament. And of course, we only had white ball players. And we went to play up there, and we played against some black ball players, which did not bother us at all because they were just another ball player. But the next year, we went to Evansville, Indiana to play, and we had played against some black ball players, and we actually were in the finals of the tournament, and we were downstairs eating with the University of Indiana, Evansville team, and they only had one black ball player. He was 6'10", but he was a pretty good sized kid. And when we got through, our coach said, "Don't walk around like you usually do. Come to my room." And we went to the room, and he said, "Boys, we're pulling out of the tournament." Of course, we started raising Cain because we had fought hard to get there. And he said, "No, the legislature found out we're playing against black ball players, so we're going home." And by that time, word had gotten around in Evansville that we were leaving. So the coach said, "Go down two at a time, get on the bus." At that time, my roommate was Mike McRaney, who later retired as an Air Force general. And he and I went down, and they said, "Don't say anything to anybody," and we didn't. But the reporter got behind us and started everything he could say to try to make us say something, including that y'all were afraid to play against this black ball player. Well, we'd already been playing against him, so that, you know, that wasn't anything to that. But one of the coaches took a swing at this reporter, and when he did, the cops came on and took the bus driver's keys and a license. And we were sitting there, 18, 19, 20-year-old kids, and they were rocking the bus and throwing rocks at us and, you know, everything they could. And of course, we didn't know what was going on. We couldn't figure out what the legislature had to do with us moving. Of course, they found out real quick that if you don't come, Mississippi State's not going to get any funding, so we didn't have any choice. But finally, I assumed that the governor, the coach got a hold of the governor of Mississippi, called the governor in Indiana and said, "You know, let those boys out of there. They had nothing to do with it." But I think it changed all of us because, you know, why couldn't we play against them just because they had a different color skin than we did? So it kind of changed my opinion of integration segregation.
Luann has the mic if anyone has a question.
Someone
In the back?
It's a really big room, though, and they're recording and stuff, so, yeah.
I don't really have a question. I just have a comment. I grew up on Pine Ridge Road, so we had to come down Pine Street all the way to Cathedral. And during the 60s, I was oblivious to what the African Americans were going through. I mean, oblivious. But the one thing I do remember is when the Jitney Jungle was burned or bombed on Pine Street. And it was just a stark reminder, and I didn't realize, Gene, why they would bomb Mayor Nasser, because he was a supporter. And what one of you just said was that he was blamed for that, the riots, but, blamed, but not correctly, but so they blew that up. But anyway, that slab is still there, and it's just a reminder of what happened there. And I don't even know what year it was. It was very tumultuous. Anyway, I just wanted to make that comment.
Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
There's a lot I could say because I lived through all of this from 43 till today. That's 82 years. I had an unusual dad, as Tony Byrne knows, and when he was in his 20s, his father had died when he was young. He never had money to get to college and got kicked out of 1 year of ROTC because they told him he wasn't going to live past 26 because he fainted at a track meet. And my dad came home trying to borrow money to go to Mississippi State, and they wouldn't loan him $200. He went to D.C. and worked, and he became a New Deal promoter. But his uncle had been his mentor. His uncle was a Presbyterian minister in New Orleans, and that man was something of a radical, and my dad called himself a Christian socialist, and he wrote a paper on it. And he voted for Norman Thomas, which you have any idea what that meant. And there were 3 people in Natchez who did, and my dad and the Episcopal minister, and they couldn't figure out who the third was, and my mother says, it was me. My mother was never very political, but my father did run for the legislature. He was called a communist because he introduced a bill to provide rural electrification in the rural areas of Mississippi. That was communism. So you take communism and racism, and our dinner tables were nothing but politics and religion. And as a lot of y'all know, my older brother was a priest. I don't know if the bishop knows this, but when he graduated from the seminary, he told Bishop Durow, when Bishop Durow told him to go teach in the Catholic school in Jackson, he said, I won't teach in a segregated school. And the bishop had never had a local Mississippian be ordained, so it sort of like was a part of pushing him. And they integrated in 1964 the schools. By this time, I was married in 65. My husband then was the prosecuting attorney, and we were involved in every single march that there was. I had been marching, but then we had children. I was scared. But he was involved because he was a prosecutor, and this took our life. I mean, it went on for 15 years. He wasn't home because he was in court.
Excuse me, Mary Jane, excuse me. Do you have a question for any of us?
No, my question was not a question.
A short question.
I was sharing. I'm sorry. I'm taking too much time. I got it. Here.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions?
Good morning, and I want to thank all the organizers and sponsors of this event. It's very, I've learned a lot already. I am not a native Natchezian. I grew up in Vicksburg, but one of my first observations this morning is that we came here to talk about what happened in the 60s, and it's been very educational in that regard. But what I'm also seeing is the impact it's had on our generation of leaders who were children in the 60s. And I think that maybe should be our next time to get together, is to talk about how those of us who grew up with those experiences, and I stayed in public schools in Vicksburg and went through 5 different desegregation plans, and what impact that has had on all of us as grown-ups. So thank you for making me think on different levels.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you.
I would just will say just one final thing. As an 11-year-old child, to this day, since I was 11, I have an uncanny gift and a curse. I know who's genuine and who's not. I had to learn that as an 11-year-old. And from that day on, I vowed as an 11-year-old child not to ever, ever, ever participate in anything that's segregated. I don't care what color, who's having what. If it's all white, all black, I will not participate. And that stemmed as an 11-year-old child in a segregated classroom.
Good morning. This is to either one of the panelists. I was fortunate enough to sit at the feet of Dr. Braxton and Ms. Mazik for a number of years at Head Start programs. As we have it today, those Head Start programs are definitely in danger. And it's not just in danger of funding, but it's a mean-spirited spirit that is permeating our country. Anyone on the panel that can see the same spirit from back then as we have now?
I will say that Head Start started with Marjorie Baroni and Father Morrissey. The Catholic Church sponsored those social programs, STAR, Systematic Training, Redevelopment, and Incorporation, and Head Start. And because Marjorie Baroni wrote the grant for it. I don't know if many people know that. She wrote the grant for Head Start. And Father Morrissey was named coordinator because the Catholic Diocese sponsored it. And it was housed in the basement of our Catholic school, Holy Family Catholic School. As you go up Franklin Street, you'll see this brick building on your left, Franklin and Orange Street. In that basement is where Head Start and STAR was, because of Marjorie Baroni and Father Morrissey. On the top were 4 classrooms. We call it the porch, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. So those programs began because of those 2 people and the Catholic Church.
When we went to putting blacks on every commission and committee that we had, a lot of my friends, so you're talking about mean-spirited, I saw a lot of my friends that I grew up with saying, I'm not serving with that person. I'm getting off that committee, which was a shame because a man told me many years ago, the biggest problem in the United States and the world is communications. But I found out through politics, you can sit down and talk to somebody that you think is your enemy or that you don't think you have anything in common. And you sit there and talk long enough, you find out that neither one of us is as bad as the other one thought we were going to be. And I would like to point out one other person is here that helped us through a lot of the problems we went through in city government. And that city, at the time, City Attorney Walter Brown is sitting back there. Without the attorneys, I was not in office when they sent everybody to Parchment, but I was in office when the attorneys were still fighting the legal battles over that terrible ordeal of going to Parchment.
We want to thank you all for your questions and answers and for allowing us to speak to you. We're going to now proceed to our second panel, which is spiritual influences on race.
Let's close by giving this panel a hand. Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break in between panels. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'll bring mine. Thank you so much.
Oh, how you doing, Luann? Thank you. Yeah. I have to tell you a quick story on Neil. I call him Butch. That's fine. He was up in Massachusetts, so he decided to come back home. So he kind of got it. You did too. You put all this together. Anyhow, Butch kind of messed up about that. You know. And so he was playing the piano and everything on the deal. And all of a sudden he got a wild hair and decided he's going to run against me.
Yeah, I remember that. I came new from Massachusetts.
Well, we all...
A couple of people I worked with there who made films, and Neil had them come down. But yeah, I do.
But you know, the back part of the story was...
well, he told me that I would go hungry
We do.
if he changed my name. Well, he told me that I would go hungry if he changed my told me that I would go hungry if he changed my name. But I told Jesus it would be all right if he changed my name. I told Jesus it would be all right if he changed my name. I told Jesus the world might be angry and I would go hungry, but it would be all right if he changed my name. I told Jesus it would be all right if he changed my name. I told Jesus it would be all right if he changed my name. I told Jesus it would be all right if he changed my name.
Oh Lord, I'm running for freedom. 99 and a half, walk through the. Oh Lord, I'm running for freedom. 99 and a half, walk through the. Oh Lord, I'm running for freedom. 99 and a half, walk through the. Oh Lord, I'm running for freedom. 99 and a half, walk through, trying to make it through. Oh, no, 15, really want to. 25. Oh, no, 35. 40 won't do. 45. That won't do. 55. No, 55. Oh, no, 55. That won't do. 85. Let me tell you, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. I got to make 199 and a half. Oh, I'm trying to make it through 5. Oh, no, 15. That won't do. 25. No. 40 won't do. 45. That won't do. 55. 60 won't do. 65. Oh, no, 55. 80 won't do. 85. Let me tell you, 91, 92, 93, 94,
uphill journey, but I'm on my way. It's an uphill journey, but I'm on my way. It's an uphill journey, but I'm on my way. I'm on my way, oh Lord, to freedom land. There is nothing you can do to turn me around. There's nothing you can do to turn me around. There's nothing you can do to turn me around. I'm on my way, oh Lord, to freedom land. I asked my mother, come and go with me. I asked my mother, come and go with me. I asked my mother, come and go with me. I'm on my way, oh Lord, to freedom land. If my mother don't go, I'll go anyhow. If my mother don't go, I'll go anyhow. If my mother don't go, I'll go anyhow.
Okay, well, everybody return to your seats. We're going to begin our second panel.
Are you on your way to freedom land? Are you on your way to freedom land? Are you on your way to freedom land?
Can everyone please return to your seats so we can begin panel 2?
Oh Lord, freedom land. I'm on my way.
Bishop Kopaz, Reverend Joan Gandy,
On my way.
Bo Baumgartner,
To freedom
Bo Baumgartner,
I'm on my way.
Reverend Clifton Marvel,
Freedom land.
and the moderator is Mr. Philip Baroni.
Oh Lord.
Okay, I got to be Bo. I don't think Bo heard me.
Tell what now? Oh, okay. Okay. She said tell people to stand up and get close to the mic in the back when if they ask questions. Is that what she said? I'll make something up.
We'll try to be good.
Well, she's talking about the people out there that are asking questions. Yeah. Oh, thank you for telling me. Okay, let me see. Who do you sit? Let me get away from the mic. Who do you think's going first? Is that up to me? Are you okay with that first? All right, I'll let you go first. I'm going to read the bio that's in here, and then we'll go from there.
Probably be better to sit with the other two. I was looking at 2 and 2. I'm going to sit over here.
Okay, all right.
Every time I see my son, I think about when I was in the 8th grade. I'm excluded. But not really.
Corporal punishment.
Those were the days.
John Brown.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm just going to say the way
Yeah.
it is. Well, I just want to make around a great school.
Thank you.
That's ancient these days, isn't it?
I think we're ready. Y'all ready?
Yes.
was telling you that I'm going to go in the order in which you're on the program.
Oh,
So I'm going to start with Bishop Lopez.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
That's fine. I'm easy going.
Yeah. Okay. Valencia, are we ready to get started? Okay. Okay. The next panel is titled Spiritual Influences on Race, Then and Now. As all of you, I assume, know, the church, the church, the universal church, played a big part in social justice issues, human rights issues, etc. So we thought having a panel to communicate our experiences, and we certainly have a distinguished panel here, and I do appreciate each of them volunteering to present. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and go through the bios. We have the Most Reverend Joseph R. Kopes at the end of the table. He is the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Jackson. Most Reverend Joseph Kopes was ordained and installed as the 11th Bishop of Jackson in 2014. He is a native of Dunmore, Pennsylvania. I got that right, Dunmore. So we're happy to have Bishop Kopes. We have the Reverend Joan Gandy. She is the pastor of First Presbyterian Church in Natchez. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Reverend Gandy. As a writer, journalist, and publisher, she and her late husband produced several books based primarily on the collection of Henry Norman, the best-known photographer in the region from the late 1800s to his death in 1913. We have on my right, Bo Bumgardner. And Mr. Bumgardner is president of the Congregation of Temple B'nai Israel, the oldest Jewish congregation in Mississippi, founded in 1840. He is a member of the Institute of Southern Jewish Life, which serves 13 southern cities. And then last but not least, we have Reverend Clifton Marvell, and he is the pastor of Macedonia Missionary Baptist Church in Natchez and Sweet Home Baptist Church in Rosetta, Mississippi. Additionally, he has served as president of the NAACP. So we'll get started, and this will be a kind of the same format that we used with the first panel, somewhat informal, but we look forward to each of these leaders to share their experiences regarding race relations and anything else they might want to share. So with that, I call on Bishop Kopes to get us started. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a lot of pressure, but it's a blessing to be with everyone this morning, and I thank Valencia, who arranged with my secretary to make sure that this was on the schedule months ago, probably 6 or 7. And it's just been so inspiring at this even early part of the day. As I speak, people will say, well, you're not from around here, you know. And so it's true. I was up in the Diocese of Scranton, Pennsylvania, northeastern Pennsylvania, in the Pocono area. I was a priest in the diocese up there for 36 and a half years when I got the call directing me to come to Jackson, Mississippi as the 11th bishop. So you can imagine it was quite a phone call I'll never forget. But the last 11 years plus have been an incredible blessing to be part of the story of the church in Mississippi, the Catholic Church, but the ecumenical church, interfaith, and the history of this state, which is remarkable, in some ways tragic, but in other ways, as we're hearing, it's the light of a new day, and much has happened to move people forward in God's Spirit. So coming here, then the learning curve was steep. What's the history of the church? How does this all fit together? In the Northeast, we didn't have so much the racial problems and challenges that other parts of the country, especially the South, has had. We had the ethnic battles, Are you Polish, you Italian, you Irish, you Slovak, you Lithuanian? All of that. We had churches on every street corner, and when those times passed where we had to come together, you saw people how territorial we could be, and how challenging it is to come together, no matter what the combination. And certainly the racial history in the South and in Mississippi is an incredible story. Two books that really had an impact early on was one entitled The Great Migration, where from 1915 to 1970, over 15 million black residents of our southern states moved to other parts of the country. So I experienced that in Scranton in the sense of in the city of Scranton, 1% black, but an identifiable area with all of the mindset and prejudices that would go with that. But understanding, again, coming out of the Great Migration, how that all developed, because people had to get out of here in many ways during the segregation era. It was so dangerous for many. And the other I read was Apostles of Disunion. I don't know if many of you have seen that book, but it has in there many of the lobbying letters on behalf of ambassadors from Mississippi going to the other southern states to make sure that you fought for the South, because the market would dry up for you selling your slaves if you don't. That's how Virginia ended up fighting for the South. Incredible. I'm reading that as part of the legacy of this state, and then understanding sometimes what we see flaring up in Mississippi. For example, privileged to be with others, interfaith and ecumenical and civic, to have a major press conference to take down the symbol on the flag, the Confederate symbol. We did that on the cathedral steps back several years ago in Jackson. And it was, and for the resistance to that was remarkable. And it just reminded me from the book, The Apostles of Disunion, how strong that current can be still in the state, where some would call it heritage. And then it's like, wait a minute. For somebody coming from the north, you know what they call me. I'm not just a Yankee, right? I'm a damn Yankee. I stayed. So anyway, but from a different perspective, to appreciate how many in the state were lobbying for that symbol to come down, the last one in our nation on a state flag. And yet there was this resistance. And it was just an eye-opener to appreciate the struggle that has been in the state. And yet the beautiful history too. Our Catholic tradition, education has been big. Since 1847 here at Cathedral. Cathedral in Natchez, being the first community in the state, was the Diocese of Natchez. And that was where the Bishop Chance came and lived, and all of the bishops, including Bishop Giroux for half his time. So education has been one of our proud legacies in regard to beginning here in Natchez in 1847, the Daughters of Charity. It was mentioned that they only left in 2003. They were here a long time. It was a tremendous commitment. And still today, education is a very important part of who we are as a Catholic community. And some of our schools entirely black, and then others very well integrated. And so it continues. And to know the history of our bishops, in most recent times, Bishop Giroux, as you saw, Bishop Brunini, Bishop Halleck, Bishop Latino, it's a proud history in many ways, and yet the church has had to overcome its own prejudice internally. For the longest time, even though we were ministering to the black population, we did not allow black vocations in many religious communities. August Tolton, one of our saints on the way from Chicago, had to go to Rome to be educated because no Catholic seminary would take him as an Afro-American. At the same time, we're ministering to the Afro-American community. So it's a mixed tradition that we've all had to, again, reconcile our history and look at the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful, and continue as we are today. One of the other special parts of being the bishop in Jackson was Sister Thea Bowman. Her cause for canonization has been launched, and that was in 2018. She, a black young girl who at 9 years old wanted to become Catholic. Her parents were Methodist. And then at 15, she told them she's joining the convent of this German religious community from Wisconsin. And they looked at her and said, "Are you crazy? You've never even seen snow, and you're going to Wisconsin?" But she never looked back. At a time of much confusion and turmoil in the Catholic Church and in society, she put her hand to the plow, and she was incredible from the 60s until she died in 1990. And again, her cause represents some of the finest parts of the Catholic tradition, and also a very prophetic voice in our own society today. The question earlier is there a mean spirit that has returned? Yeah, that demon has raised its head in our society, but there are other voices too. And Sister Thea is marvelous at bringing together across whatever cultural, racial divide there could be. She's a proud part of our Catholic tradition. And for me to introduce her cause was like, what an incredible blessing that is, that brought me to the heart of the diocese in another way. So again, I'm here only 11 years, and just never a dull moment, and seeing so many blessings unfold across the state, like this morning. And yesterday we were at the prison in Hinds County, and some wonderful things happening there. And again, those who are incarcerated, black and white and other ethnic groups, working together, praying together, gardening together. It's like there can be a new world. We don't have to be stuck. And what I'm hearing today is many people are not stuck, but are continuing to do what God wants us to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bishop Kopaz. I'm used to working with doctors, so pardon me. Now, I want to say that we'll have time for questions, as we did on the first panel, at the end of the presentations. I want to ask Reverend Gandy, who is next on the agenda, to give us her perspective.
I love a pulpit, but this is not a sermon. Definitely not a sermon. And Bishop, just to remember, because you talk about the trouble you had with the flag, I think in just a few days, we'll celebrate the signing of that treaty at the end of the Civil War to celebrate 160 years since that war was ended. And yet, sometimes it doesn't seem it's ended. So we live with that. I'm glad to be with you today, and I thank Alderwoman Valencia Hall for doing this today and organizing it and inviting me. So this is not a memoir. I have many memoirs I could share, but that's not what my role is today. So I'm going to reflect on the meaning of spiritual reconciliation. And I think that it is important to spend time thinking about how we should approach the problems that are of the past, but still burn in our hearts now, and may even into the future. But how do we deal with those as children of God, all of us? So I don't claim to have the last word on any topic I bring up today. This is really just a reflection, thoughts that reflect my recent public or private discernment on these subjects. So I think you'll just hear those thoughts, and I ask you to let me think out loud with you, and I hope that there will be questions that we can speak of at the end. I'm guessing that all of us here today who call Natchez our community love this place, and we're glad that we live here. We love the beauty of the location, the interesting history, and how our history intersects with American history in general. And we love the buildings and the neighborhoods, but most of all, it is the people. It is the people that make this place what it is. And for me, that's the most appealing part of this community. When I returned here after being gone for a few years, returned to Natchez in January 2018, I began a routine of walking along the bluff. Right away, I said to myself, this is Natchez. I've returned. This is where I need to be to see Natchez again. It's the mix of people, the strangers and friends, black and white, rich and poor, old and young, everyone walking along that beautiful walk on the bluff. But the best thing was, almost to a person, everyone I passed on those walks smiled and said, "Good morning." I hope you've had the same experience. If you smile first, I guarantee you'll get a smile back and a hello. So today my reflection has basis in one of my core beliefs, and it is a biblical belief, but really important core belief. God is love. So I've wondered about reconciliation and spirituality as the Bible describes it. And first of all, I'll talk about struggles that divide us, because they're not a new thing. And though I'm not talking about the struggles that everyone has talked about thus far this morning, I'm talking about struggles between people, between nations, that have gone on since the beginning of time. Natchez Together has a beautiful sound. It makes us think of how we might be a people who are together, who might be united. And if that is the purpose of this gathering today, then let's think about just how that might happen. I hope we can achieve that kind of togetherness. Struggles have been a part of our history as human beings since the beginning of time. Let's just think about the first book in the Bible, those of you who like to refer to the Bible. The very first struggles began even then. Disruption caused by human choices. The first words of the Bible, in the beginning, God. And then later, the apostle, disciple John would write in his letter, first letter to the church, God is love. We know that when God created the world, most everybody knows that first, second, and third chapter of Genesis. He declared it good, very good. And if the opposite of good is evil, then we might say opposition to God's good world existed from the very beginning. We learn of the creation of world, the beauty of the earth, all of the beauty that God created, but we also learn of the destructive force of evil. And really that's what we're talking about dealing with as people have spoken thus far this morning. The first idolatry is described in those first pages of the Bible, the first greed, the first murder, all happening in what the Bible describes as the first family of the world. So you know how the story goes. It's a desire to be your own God or to be like God, a desire to be more than just the human that God created us from dust to be. So there was disagreement, there was dissension, there was sin, and there was a separation between the human world and God right away. But God would not give up those creatures that he created in love. So second, God, who wants the world to be reconciled to himself, is the same today as he was yesterday and will be the same tomorrow. God willed from the beginning a healing of that great chasm that was caused by that early sin. So now we see reconciliation begin to take shape right then as that happened, because God sent the people out of their beautiful garden, perfect place, but he did so with love and with forgiveness. Some say that when he showed that compassion for his people in those early days, it was God's reconciliation, his desire that the world be reconciled to him. Today, Christian doctrines reveal a God who will not give up, but who will keep on trying to redeem not only the human beings of his creation, but also the rest of creation that has been sullied by evil. So what, at its core, does reconciliation mean? In general dictionary terms, it's a coming together of two people or entities or ideas. As a young teenager, Pat, I learned to reconcile my checkbook. My mother showed me how to make my checkbook mean the same thing that a bank statement means. And so that was a good thing, to bring my checkbook into agreement with what the bank said I had done. We hear of married couples who have been separated and they become reconciled. They come back together. Or even art and science can become reconciled when they come up with the way that they think the world ought to be working. But Christians have a more definite understanding of the meaning of spiritual reconciliation. First, what is spiritual? What is spirituality? Those words are tossed about in our culture today. But when I speak of it, I'm speaking of it as relating to God's Spirit, to the Holy Spirit, and the continuing work of the Holy Spirit, whose power in the world is at work in the creation of the world even today, in the recreating of the world. So I'm speaking in general terms in everything I'm saying this morning because of time constraints, of course, but I hope there will be some truths that you will see and maybe think about this morning. Christians believe that God wills the world, all people and all creation, be reconciled to him, to come back together with him the way that he wanted things to be created in the first place. I love that the Catholic Church has a sacrament of penance that really today I think is called reconciliation. Is that right? And so I assume and I believe that that is about God's reconciling us to God. So that is the reconciliation we're talking about. That purpose will be fulfilled one day. So in churches like mine, since we don't have a sacrament of penance or reconciliation, every Sunday when we worship, we confess our sin as human beings, and then our individual sins. And we hear that we can be forgiven, and we know how we are forgiven. Christians, most Christians say, as I do in my tradition, that the gift of Jesus Christ to the world, his death and resurrection, that work and that purpose of God is to reconcile the world to himself. And it's begun already, but not complete yet. So reconciliation in the final fullness of God and God's purpose will be accomplished one day when God transforms the world. Now, what does that mean to us this morning? Does it mean we give up, that we have to wait until God transforms the world before we can feel that we can be reconciled to one another and to God? No, no, no. God calls us to be on that journey now, reconciling with one another, to be reconciled with God. Yet, reconciliation is accomplished by God. And I believe that we cannot let God leave our efforts as if he would, but we can exclude, and let us not exclude God from our efforts to be reconciled people, spiritually reconciled. Number 4, there can be no reconciliation without forgiveness. We can't expect to create unity without first figuring out how to forgive one another, even the worst that has been perpetrated against us, how to forgive that. It doesn't mean you have to love or like the perpetrator, but you love the perpetrator as another child of God. As God has forgiven us our trespasses, God calls on us to do that. So how do we do that as a community? We do it through meetings like this. This is an excellent chance to think in deep terms about what that means, to forgive one another, to forgive ourselves, to become acquainted with one another, to hear one another's stories, to open our hearts and our minds to a future that includes frequent opportunities for get-togethers like this, for storytelling, for sharing hopes for the future. It's about loving God and loving our neighbors. So, questions like, how is your life like my life? How is your family like my family? What are your most pressing needs, desires, and hopes for the future? What is your name? That's how you get acquainted with your neighbor. And meantime, we take baby steps, fall back, start all over again. But every time we meet and we talk about together, as we do today, at an event called Natchez Together, and anytime we talk about unity, and yes, reconciliation, we are participating in God's purpose. Creator God is ever at work, still creating and recreating with that final goal in mind. How can we know we're on the right path? Well, God has revealed to us the importance of being present to one another, forming relationships, coming together, sharing hopes for the future, and that brings us together. And sometimes it divides us, but God calls us to try to figure out what it is that most unifies us and most divides us, and that's where our work must center. And number 5, can we build bridges and then walk across them? I do believe that people who call this place home have much more to unite them than to divide them. But bridges do need to be built. Obviously, this morning, we can tell bridges do need to be built. We need to cross those bridges and embrace one another as human children, all made, every one of us made in God's image. We have work to do to polish our relationships. First, just to really get to know one another. We are a diverse bunch. We are, just in this room. And all of you have come because you wanted to hear things like you have heard this morning, I believe. But we're diverse and have different ways, competing ways of looking at the world. And so we pledge to one another then, as strangers and friends, that we will forgive one another for those grievances that might burn a little bit in our hearts still today and cause divisions that stem from human behavior, not from divine plan. God has made more than one covenant with his children. If you've read the Bible regularly, you know about the covenants God has made. I like the one with Abraham for today, and just to mention it, as told in the book of Genesis. That naming of Abraham as the father of as many people as there are stars in the sky or grains of sand on the beach, that's important to God's story with us humans across the spectrum of the many different faiths represented in our community and in our world. In the Christian world, the covenant with Abraham foreshadows the coming of Christ, the new covenant, and the promise that God will be present with us always. The new covenant offering forgiveness and reconciliation to all who open their hearts to receive it and be healed by it. This morning, I pray that God may bless us in our diversity in our community. May we give thanks to God for this community where we live, the community we share, and the possibilities of living together in faith, hope, and love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Gandy. Now I call on Bo Baumgardner, and I will turn it over to you.
The phrase, a hard act to follow, comes to mind. I won't have nearly as long a story to tell you about. I do have to tell you my first engagement with the Jewish community here, coming from New Orleans. The temples in New Orleans, particularly for the high holy days, which would be Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, are days that are always, like Christians celebrate Christmas and Easter, Jews will go to temple for those 2 days if they don't go any other time. And I had just moved here, retired and moved here from New Orleans, and I said, well, you know, the high holy days are coming up. There's a beautiful old temple. It's a little scruffy looking nowadays, but when I first got here, I said, there must be a large Jewish community here. Well, not knowing any better, I said, oh, I don't know if we should contact the temple, find out if we can get tickets or whatever, because there'd be seating assignments and everything in New Orleans. Well, what a surprise. Got all dressed up, went down to the temple, opened the doors, and there are only about 18 people there. And I said, oh my goodness, this is, you know, very unusual. It was only then that I discovered there was so much more about Natchez that I didn't know. I didn't know anything about the history of the Jewish community here or anything else, but I did get impressed with the idea that maybe this would be a calling for me. I could see what I could do. Well, there are no Jewish children. We don't have a Jewish school. A lot of our members are elderly. we do have, a great purpose here because we have made ourselves as an outreach to the Jewish and to the Christian community. If you are familiar with, you know how a synagogue operates, we're basically, a lot of Hebrew, not so much in Natchez. They don't want too much Hebrew. They're all about inclusiveness, and a lot of the Jews here didn't want to learn to speak Hebrew. There's, of course, some Hebrew that you can't avoid. The Shema, Hear, O Israel, the Lord is God, God is one. Those type of things are always foremost. I really and truly find that the community here, the Jewish community here, is very diverse. I have a good friend, Jerry Krause, who always gives me the count whenever we have a service. He will report, well, you had 9 Jews and 16 Christians, the tally. And that's a wonderful thing because we're reaching out and we are, of course, being part of the community. This particular opportunity today is very important. Like I said, she's a hard act to follow. I can't say many things, but a lot of the tenets of Judaism are well represented in what she spoke about. We really and truly are oldest and newest religion, in my opinion. Oldest in Judeo-Christian terms is, we go back thousands of years, and our take on new services is basically an interpretation of the old stories that you are reading in Torah, Torah being the first 5 books of the Holy Scriptures. We don't call it the Old Testament, we don't refer to the New Testament, but we do have names for those pieces of literature. And the Torah basically will answer just about anything in the way of interpretation. Probably the most important thing about Torah is there was a very wise rabbi, Rabbi Hillel, who said, what do you need to know about Torah? You can tell in one phrase, and that is, whatever is hateful to your neighbor, do not do that to your neighbor. And that's basically what it all boils down to. We really and truly are a religion that is basically open to all. People say, well, you don't have any black Jews. And I said, yes, we do. Ethiopian Jews are also, Jewish. They're no less Jewish than anyone else. And I said, here in Natchez, we've actually had a number of blacks come to our services, and I'm always gratified to see that they do get something out of it. The phrase, tikkun olam, which is Hebrew, means repair the world. It's an ongoing process, and it's something that we need to focus on as we get, through every avenue of life. I remember after I got to know people here about a lot of the things that took place during the civil rights period. Jews basically were of the persuasion that you didn't want to make a lot of hubbub over it and everything else because Jews had not always been able to be part of the community. They were always set aside. Not so much in Natchez, for whatever reason, and that was something they were very proud of, is that they fit in well with the community. But a number of the things that were taking place during civil rights, the Jews were a little leery of getting too involved with it because they basically felt that it was such an unpopular cause that they were a little afraid, to be quite frank. I will tell you this, the temple itself was so afraid that that was when the plexiglass went up over the windows of the temple. They were afraid of rocks being thrown. We would have meetings with civil rights leaders in the basement of the temple or in private homes because we supported them. But we didn't want to make a big deal of it because it was such an unpopular thing going on. Thank goodness we have managed to pass that in our history. I will tell you just a little brief story. Charles Evers, of course you know, basically was counseled, or not counseled, but met with Larry and George Abrams of the Jewish community, as well as Mr. Big Lane, and basically trying to figure out how all of this civil rights stuff could be handled to everyone's advantage. And thank goodness it has come a long way, but it's got a ways to go. It really can't be summed up as like the work is done. It's always, as I said, tikkun olam, repair the world. And that's basically the story of the Jewish community here. We often get together, all of us, and we try to be a participant in Natchez, things that are going on in the city and everything else. I would like to single out our council person, my personal council person, 1st District, Valencia Hall. Valencia Hall made an effort early on to include the Jewish community in her, at that time, annual Day of Unity. And I really felt, you know, this is really wonderful. I don't know, you know, that anyone ever reached out to the Jewish community in modern times like that. But it's people like her. That is what it's all about here. I do have to say I was actually next door neighbors with the Baroni family. Lived in the Mayor House, which is up on the hill next to the water tower. And that was, you know, years and years ago when I first came to town. And it's a learning experience to be here. Still, you like to get engaged with other things like this, and I'm flattered to be included in all this. But this basically is just to let you know there are far more things that we share than separate us. There is a prophet, Malachi, who says, "Are we not all children of the same God?" And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. And now call on Reverend Clifton Marvell to give his perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
Again, this is the day the Lord has made, and I will rejoice and be glad in it. I applaud Alderwoman Hall and those who helped her to bring forth this forum on past race relations. Truly, it is a blessing. My perspective is we have a long ways to go. Certainly, we have come a long ways also. And if it had not been for the Lord God Almighty who intervened in the hearts and minds of those who stood with black folk at a time when it wasn't popular, I always say we wouldn't not have accomplished as much as we have. So I thank all of the good white folks, praise God, who stood with us in that crucial period. But in addition to that, since we have come a long ways, and as I said earlier, we still have a long ways to go, because the Bible tells us where there is unity, there is strength. And if my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves, turn from their wicked ways, seek my face and pray, then will I hear from heaven and will heal the land. We are in a crucial situation now with among human beings not having much love for themselves in the world per se. And if the preachers, the ones that God has called to be proclaimers of his word, would come together, lock arms in prayer, I do believe that there would be a tremendous change in the world. But unfortunately, we are still very much divided as preachers of the grace of God and the love of God. Because the Bible tells us that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. And it also says that by this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, that ye have love one for another. And since the Ku Klux Klan is not ravaging our neighborhoods as they once did, it's another opportunity for us to come together per se and just join in prayer. We have the Natchez Ministerial Alliance that has done a great job in melding preachers together for the benefit of the community and the world. And we meet once a month in strategizing and praying for the community and the world. At the Greater Macedonia Baptist Church, praise God, we have midweek, midday hour of prayer. And certainly I have invited many of my counterparts from the other race. One or two have come. We have had the prayer session going for over 4 years now. And I can count the white minister who have come over on one hand. Yet, when they have something going on at their various churches, they want us to come and be a part of. But yet, when I and others invite them to come to our churches and be a part of what we are doing for support, don't see them. So, on that basis, praise God, I can see that we have a long ways to go. And when we depart this earth, praise God, there's not going to be any separation according to the Bible, the King James Bible, of which I'm familiar with. Everybody's going together over there. Old things are passed away, and behold, all things are new. So on that basis, I would encourage you all to talk to your pastors and encourage them to become a part of the Natchez Ministerial Alliance and become a little more familiar with some of the preachers on the other side of the track, because we all are supposed to be headed in the same direction and want to make heaven my home. But the Bible tells us only the pure in heart shall see God. There's one thing that a pastor by the name of James Anderson used to say: it makes no difference what the people say. God's word will never pass away. I will say that when the Lord called me to preach, praise God, I told my wife, I said, I ain't preaching to no white folks. I told her just like that, short and quick. She said, well, that's up to you. He didn't call me to preach, he called you to preach. We laughed about it, stayed on my heart, praise God. I loved everybody. I brought up in a home of loving, but there was something deep down inside that hadn't been removed, that I thought was removed, and that was my somewhat hatred of white folks on the basis of how they had treated our folks down through the years. And it was more deeply rooted than I thought. I had some bad experience with some white folks when I was coming up too, praise God. But nevertheless,
after the Lord had called me to preach. 2 weeks later, after I made that statement to my wife, I got a call from First Presbyterian church pastor to come down and preach a word to them at a noonday session. I say, my. Went and told my wife about it. And I say, what you reckon I ought to do, sweet? She said, I don't know. God didn't call me to preach. It's up to you and God. But ever since then, God has liberated me because the Bible tells us that those whom God will use, he has to break them. Yeah, he has to break them before he can use you. He has to clean you up and make you fit for what he has to do for you. I'm mighty afraid that we have many preachers today and pastors who haven't gone through that kind of process. And as a result, they really don't have much appreciation for the word love. Love ye one another. And I think on that basis, praise God, that's enough for me to say, in hopes that we will continue to come together, number one, as preachers, and then number one, as congregations and children of the Most High God. And again, from this podium, I invite all of you to come over to Greater Macedonia Baptist Church on Minor Street at 12 noon on Wednesday and join with my wife and church members over there to have a little talk with the Lord. Because just a little talk with Jesus can make everything all right. May God bless you and may he keep you. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Marvel. Now we have a few minutes for questions from the audience. I'll ask my very helpful wife, Luann, to run the microphone around. If anybody has any questions, please don't be shy. There's one.
Hi, sir, you spoke of some reluctance of the Jewish community where civil rights was concerned because of some worries. And in Jackson, we had the bombing of the Jewish rabbi's home in 1967 and the new temple out on Old Canton. And I had done a lot of research and a book later on among other things, the Jewish community in Jackson. And going back in the old newspapers, the Jewish community was always highly regarded. One of the leading citizens of Jackson was John Hart. And so I wondered, well, why all of a sudden in the 60s? And it was a rabbi who came down from Canada and was active in black civil rights. And it sort of, and so many of the freedom riders who came down were Jews, particularly Jewish girls, and spent time in Parchment. And so I was wondering if there's something similar to that happening in Natchez, that maybe if there were activist Jews coming down in the 60s to protest segregated waiting rooms, did that spill over into attacking the Jewish community?
I think basically Jews empathize with the black struggles. I often think of Martin Luther King as being Moses. This is a feeling a lot of Jews have. We really and truly have a great deal of empathy, particularly this coming weeks, coming up on Passover. Passover represents an opportunity to celebrate the exodus from slavery. And I think this particular thing that is shared by the community, the black communities today is very important. And it's got to be, as Reverend Marvel said, it's got to have some more work done on it. It's a far cry from what it should be. I remember growing up, in a very segregated South. I remember going to high school and basically this is a time when busing first became the thing. And all of a sudden, we had black students. I had never gone to school with black students. I felt sort of sorry for them because they had been bused into an upper middle class neighborhood school that I attended because of trying to equalize things, get, blacks and whites together. But I felt sorry for them because these were former students that had been cheerleaders. They had been classmates of cheerleaders and people that were something at the black schools, and all of a sudden they've been pushed into a white school. And I had a good black friend who I still remember her name. Her name was Peaches, and I used to joke with her. I said, "That's because you're so sweet." And she was. She really and truly sort of went along with everything. And I said, I really feel sorry in a way that you cannot be everything you could be if you were in a black school, but I know we're all part of an important movement. And she and I agreed, there's work to be done, and that was back in the 60s. So, and it was a turbulent time, 1966. I remember watching the news, and my grandmother, who basically hung the moon and the stars in my book, basically would say, "Isn't this terrible?" They'd see scenes of fire hoses turned on people that were out protesting or whatever. I don't have a lot of experience right here in Natchez, but I'm learning about it. Thank goodness there's that beautiful monument that's not far from my house that went up, proud to make a stand. That educated me in a lot of things here. And I think really and truly, if you have not been to the African Museum, there's a lot to learn there. You just really need to educate yourself. Education is important.
I can help answer that too, because most of the student nonviolent coordinating members were of different faiths. There were 700 who came to Mississippi and Natchez, and Mrs. Baroni had many of them, Mr. and Mrs. Baroni, in their home. One of those she met, Michael Schwerner. Everyone knows Michael Schwerner was killed here in Mississippi because he was a freedom rider. He fought for civil rights. He didn't live in Mississippi. He lived up north. I think he's from Pennsylvania. But he was a Jewish man who came to fight here. So on one of her trips to Jackson, one of the Human Relations Council meetings, Mrs. Baroni met Michael Schwerner before he died. So, and I think Dr. Clifford Tillman, I always heard that he was Jewish, but I think Drs. Randy and Barry are Christian. I could be wrong, but I did hear that in my younger years. So, Bo, maybe you can answer that. But there were very many active Jewish community members here in the 60s.
They were a little reluctant.
They were reluctant.
To put their name on.
We have two questions. Julia, you can go first, and then Peter. How about that? Oh, you're going over here? Okay.
This question really is going to be for anyone on the panel. We're looking back and talking about race relations and history and all. Religious institutions played an important part. Where the civil rights leaders came out and hid down and had meetings in the basement. But religious institutions were full back then, be they white or black. Looking presently and moving forward, how do we get the religious institutions, I guess, back into the fray, or get the people to come back as part of the moving forward?
Who would like to take a stab on that in the panel?
Well, it's very challenging. It was before, but right now when we approach social justice concerns, it gets ensnared with politics. So depending on what side you're on, if it's not where people are at, often you're being political, you know, and so I'll throw a little fire bomb out possibly, but for example, if you try to pull the rights of immigrants today, it can get you right off the rails immediately, right? And but we're trying to uphold the dignity of the human person. You know, we're trying to work at the fabric of society for the common good and dealing with the complexities of life. But it's very challenging in our polarized society that if you touch upon an issue, it gets identified with one political party or another. So it requires tremendous wisdom and perseverance and, you know, the desire to really want to see the common good flourish.
Does anyone else want to respond to that question?
Sure, I'll say something on that also. Comes right back down to what the Bible says. Are you standing on the promise of God? 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, would pray, and so forth. So the answer is not in the world. The answer is in the church and the children of God. To pray, come together and pray that a change would be made by Almighty God according to his word. And he says, I change not, as he has worked in the past for the Israelites and other nations, and particularly the black folks. He will still work today and make a change. But we have to be willing to adjust according to his will and not our will. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Julia, and then Peter.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, but I wanted to respond to what you said and a few other things that were said.
Julia, can you?
Oh, sorry.
Can you hold the mic up so we can?
I'm not
hear you?
used to doing microphones. So as a young Jewish woman, I was 22 years old, from Philadelphia. I was looking to find a way to involve myself in I'll try to be steady here, in the social movement, what was going on. And I could not find a place in the conservative Jewish religion in which I grew up there. And so I wrote letters all over the country to Head Start programs, trying to find a way to figure out the South. And the only person that answered me was Marge Baroni, who told me to come down, and she said, I don't really know what you're looking for, but I think this is where you need to be. So that was in 1968, and between 1968 and 1972, I was back and forth between Boston, where I was going to school, and living with the Baroni family. And I actually found my spiritual home in the radical Catholic Church that Father Morrissey and the Baronis, through the work of Dorothy Day, were carrying out. And that was where I found a way to insert myself and live my religious ideals. I could also not find it in the Judaism that I had grown up with, at least not at that time. So just as an answer to your question. We'll talk later. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Peter.
I wasn't going to say this, but in reaction to that, of the 600 or 700 Freedom Summer people that came down to Mississippi to engage in voter registration, about 30% were Jewish, and they represented about 2% of the whole population in the country. So they were disproportionately involved at every phase of the Jewish community, of the civil rights movement. But I wanted to ask the bishop a question. Dorothy Day, who was one of the most wonderful, inspirational people in the history of this country, was nominated for canonization, and that hasn't happened yet. I'm just curious what you think is the possibilities of that actually happening. And is it even possible to think of Mrs. Baroni as a candidate for canonization? You know, if nothing else, today's meeting is a miracle. Maybe she's responsible for this, so that would help her in the way towards canonization.
And along those same lines, Sister Thea Bowman spoke to the bishops at the National Conference of Catholic Bishops, Men in Black, about 300 or 400 of us, and she had us up on our feet. I wasn't there, but she had them locking arms and swaying to "We Shall Overcome." That was her first miracle, I think, getting bishops on their feet swaying. So what you're asking regarding, well, Ms. Baroni is, sure, that could be looked into. I mean, it's a very involved process, and this gets over to Dorothy Day. Her cause is moving along, like Sister Thea's. She's a servant of God. There's a whole process that takes time. There's a theological commission, there's a historical commission, there are interviews with people who knew her, and it's got to be done very prudently and thoroughly, and at each stage, there's the first stage of servant of God, then venerable or person of heroic virtue, then to be beatified, you need a miracle, and then canonized is the last. And it could take decades, it could take a couple of generations. But her cause will advance. Dorothy Day, incredible, one who was dedicated to peace, justice, the cause of women, just total. And her Catholic worker movement still thrives and serves the poor, lives with the poor, and addresses, social justice issues. So it's moving, but painfully slow for those who knew her and love to see that advance, because it'd be a powerful voice on behalf of social justice and so many of the things the Lord spoke of in the New Testament, well, the prophets in the Old Testament and the Lord in the New Testament, again, reconciling all people. So, but as far as the cause goes, for our Natchez saint here, that could be, if not formally introduced or accepted, certainly what we're doing today raises her to a great level in the community, in the hearts and minds and memories of many people. Do I?
Well, let me just comment, and before we get too far, as Valencia mentioned at the beginning of this, she would not do this without the family, and I think that, and I know this is, our family would have to have a lot of input into this, so let's don't nominate her just yet. So, one more question, because we're running short of time. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Carolyn Reed. I teach at Copiah Lincoln Community College, and I have a small private practice. And I was recently speaking with some 10th graders from a school that it shocked me what they did not know. For example, I brought up an incident, and I'm kind of piggybacking off of Reverend Marvel. I brought up an incident that happened in 1967 where a gentleman suffered a horrific death simply because he was put in a position where he was over some white gentlemen. Do y'all know who I'm talking about?
Wallace Jackson.
None of these young people had a clue who I was talking about, even though they are attending they're attending cathedral school. And I was appalled at that. How do we move forward with reconciliation if we are not teaching our children where we came from? So I took it another step.
That's a good point.
Philip, may I answer that?
Sure.
We did not bring up Mr. Jackson nor Mr. Metcalf because of that, because today we wanted to bring about those people who we don't talk about. We know about Mr. Jackson. We don't. Oh, okay, I misunderstood.
Okay, it's that our young people don't know. When I asked 18 and 19-year-olds, they don't know their history. And I think that we are capable of horrific acts as human beings. We know we are. And I turn to my faith, and I turn to my priest and my pastors and the ministry. How can y'all incorporate this information to help them understand what we are capable of from a horrific viewpoint and what we are capable of out of love?
Thank you for the question. We are running short of time, so if any one of the panel want to respond, I just ask you to keep it brief. And it is a very valid point. I'm not making it a minor issue. It's a major issue with all of the Black history and everything that's going on in the country now with trying to wipe that out. So it's a very valid point, and I appreciate you bringing it up. And you'll respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just as we as adults and with memories that we have still need to meet. Despite all we know, we still need to meet. So it's important for our young people to have the opportunity to be together. Those who are on opposite sides of this question we might be talking about. But there is an opportunity that I think is incumbent upon us to see that the young people, even in small groups, might have a chance to exchange stories, get to know one another, and there might be in that an exchange of history that one does not know of the other as well. That would be about as succinct as I could put it.
I would like to say to that some things are taught at home.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Spread.
Okay. All right, well, we could probably go on for another couple of hours, but we're all hungry and we're going to cut this off. And let me say one last thing to your question. As Valencia and all of us who've been involved in kind of getting this organized discuss, this may be the first of a series of these kind of gatherings. Maybe, and so in the future, at a future gathering, maybe that would be a topic. So there's some variety there, and we'll keep that in mind. So I really do thank each one of you for participating, for your attention, and for our distinguished panel members. You did an excellent job, and to be applauded. Thank you very much. Valencia, do you want to tell them what we do next? I don't know. You're getting tired of hearing your name called, aren't you? Oh, we have time for more questions? Okay. Forget everything I just said. All right, so you want to just keep if anybody has any questions. All right, does it?
I have one thing I wanted to bring up.
There's a question in the back.
We have a question back here, or comment.
I just want to clarify what I just mentioned about Mr. Jackson and Mr. Metcalf. We're not here to minimize what happened to them. It was horrific. But we wanted to talk today about those people whom we do not speak about. So many times we've talked about them. So as the Baronis and I were talking, this day was about Mrs. Baroni's, her heroic efforts. to fight for others. She fought with black people, with white people, with the Jewish people, for those who were oppressed, because she too was oppressed. She was ostracized by the white Natchez community. She was ostracized by her church community. And Bishop, it's embarrassing to say, this was St. Mary. St. Mary Cathedral ostracized her because of her fight for black people. This is the purpose of our gathering today, to honor Mr. and Mrs. Baroni, what they did for all of us who are here today. Again, it's not to minimize the life that was taken from the Jackson family, the bombing of Mr. Metcalf. She worked with Mr. Metcalf, Mr. Jackson. Ms. Baroni walked side by side with these people. Her children suffered, her husband suffered. She had him drive him to work for 6 months to Armstrong out of fear that his car would be bombed for the work she was doing. So again, I'm not here, none of us are here today to minimize what happened to them. But I just want to explain our purpose in being here today. And we, again, of course, we can have conversations on how to educate our young people. I sent out information to our schools, hoping young people would be here today. There's not one young person here today from our schools. But we're glad who's here. They're learning things they have not ever heard of. What happened to us? Oh, I'm sorry, there are a few young people here. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. So, thank you.
Those are my nephews.
Thank you. You're learning more again about your great aunts and uncles.
My sister Mary Jane and her
wonderful
crew.
Thank you, Mary Jane, and your family.
All right.
I just
okay,
had.
we have. Let me have a
take the
question, and then I'll let. Go ahead.
I don't know if it's true or not, but growing up in Natchez, you were talking about the Jewish community. And so growing up in Natchez, we were always told that the Oberlins were Jewish. I don't know if they were or not, but if they were very good to the black community. And as a kid who would go to Kiddies Matinee every Saturday morning at the Ritz Theater that they owned, we were always treated very nice, even though we did have to sit upstairs. We were always treated well by them. Mrs. Oberlin was just open to all the kids. She'd take in strays, feed them, let them live in her home, everything. So one of the things people have to do to reconcile with one another is walk a mile in my shoes. Be more sensitive to others. Be empathetic. Try to understand where people are coming from. I heard her say something about not participating in programs that are segregated. As an educator, I always felt like never put a bulletin board up in your room. Never buy film strips that are segregated. You want to be inclusive, and you want to show sensitivity to people and things that are different from what you are and know about.
Go ahead.
I just had a brief comment. In my day, I remember going to grade school and everything else. My mother was a career woman. She was a registered nurse. She didn't make cupcakes. I was always jealous of the mothers of the students who did cupcakes for all Valentine's Day or Halloween coming up or anything else. It's very important that any of you that basically have kids are taking the time to go to PTA meetings and get engaged with what's being taught in schools. There's a great deal of change going on, and I think it's a good thing if parents will get involved. So if we're dealing with the grandparents here, encourage your children who have small children to be involved in the school system, because we've got to get people educated on things, and a lot of that's being brushed aside. They don't want to discuss anything controversial, and that really has to stop.
Thank you, Bo. You want to just take a little break? And yeah, I think we all need a break. I do. Anyway, I think lunch will be served shortly, but why don't you take a break and mingle, and we'll regather for lunch. Thank y'all very much. We'll regather in here, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you, each one of you. Y'all did a great job. Thank you.
Lovely being here.
Yeah, thank you.
And I would like to just say that Mr. Y.Z. Ely was also a part of this panel, but his wife is seriously ill, and he does not want to leave her side, which is understandable. But we will have a special tribute to him at the end of this panel. So we're now ready to begin panel number 3, Storytelling Through the Arts. Thank you. And Miss Marjorie and Louis Baroni.
Thank you, Valencia.
Okay.
I think you are. We'll wait for Stanley to come on up. Okay. We're waiting for the video to start. It will be just a second. Thank you. Okay. First of all, thank you for being here, staying with us this morning, this afternoon. My name is Luis Miron. My in-laws were Mr. and Mrs. Baroni. Alderman Hall knows me better as Lou. Just on a personal note, because I think our 2 mayors have spent most of the time with us, but just on a personal note, I got to know the mayor when my wife and I first moved back here, and I met with the Mayor Byrne. The juxtaposition of our 2 mayors present today, to me, is poetic, a kind of poetic completion, if you will. Their moral values, their vision, spirituality, and above all, their courage to act and to just be themselves, or who they inspire to be, has been truly inspirational. So a round of applause for those 2 mayors who joined us. That's really lovely of them to be here. And first, let me read the short bios of the panelists, but I want to say that they will have time to add any additional information they want to add to what's absent in the panels. First, we've heard that Mr. YZ cannot be here for family reasons, but we will celebrate his music and artistry following the panel. Mr. Stanley Nelson, perhaps the most knowledgeable person here and in the region, if not the country, on the history of civil rights, particularly in Mississippi and in Natchez. We're just so pleased to have him here. He's a retired editor of the Concordia Sentinel, was a Pulitzer Prize finalist in 2011 for reporting on unsolved civil rights era murders. His investigative work inspired Greg Iles, who also cannot be here today. We really wish Greg would have been here because he can tell the story, as we know, through his books. Mr. Mr. Nelson continues to work on civil rights issues with the cold case with the LSU Gold Case Project. I personally would like to hear more about that, being 80 miles south of Baton Rouge. And Ms. Jose Camper is co-founder of the Natchez Association for the Preservation of African American Culture and is a retired school counselor who dedicated empowering students in Mississippi and Tennessee. Roseanne Baroni Miran, my wife, is the fourth child of the Baronis, spent their career in university administration at various universities across the country, including UC Irvine, University of Illinois, and was a leading in the arts education nonprofit in New Orleans. And personally, I'd like to add, help with the support of the governor at that time, relocate one of the most wonderful art centers for high school students in the country, the New Orleans Center for the Creative Arts. Dr. Davy Miran Murphy is a child psychologist and Tulane University faculty member, is committed to social justice and anti-racism. Inspired by her grandparents, she balances her professional work with raising her 3 children with her husband, Stephen, and her 3 children here today as are Stephen and John Christie, our younger daughter's children. The order of, okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Excuse
And
me,
I would like to
ran out of
introduce
order.
Dr. Louis Baroni, as we call Lou. Dr. Baroni has an extensive academic career as a professor and dean in universities, including UC Irvine, University of Illinois, University of New Orleans, and Loyola University in New Orleans. He is the author of several books examining issues of diversity, collective empowerment, and agency. His focus has been on how the powerful seek to deny oppressed people a sense of their own agency. His latest book focuses on both the causes of systemic racism and on community strategies to reduce it. Dr. Baroni.
Thank you, Valencia. Finally, the order of presentations are as follows. Roseanne will speak about the mission and vision of our panel. Our daughter, Davy Miran Murphy, will read an excerpt from her grandmother's, Mrs. Marjorie Baroni's, writings. Next is the Pulitzer Prize winning finalist, Mr. Stanley Nelson. Again, we're so fortunate to have Stanley with us, and we thank you very much with gratitude. Finally, Ms. Josie Camper will tell her story about how the music of the day inspired her to advance civil rights. We welcome questions and answers. I will play a less formal role here, and we retreating to the end, and feel free to ask questions and answers. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming here today. It means a lot to our family. I think our mother might have a little trepidation about being the focus of an event like this because there are so many people in the city, state, country who have sacrificed quite a bit to bring the country to make the accomplishments that the country has made to this point. But I'd like to refer back to a couple of themes that seem to have come out in this morning's talks. And one of them was from Royal, who talked about the sense of mean-spiritedness that we're seeing in the country today. You can't ignore that, and you can't escape it. We see it. You can watch any news story. You can read the newspapers. You see the things that are happening that are just as bad or even worse than they were back in the times that we're talking about now, the 60s and 70s. So, and the other theme that I wanted to sort of talk about is someone who brought up the lack of education in the schools, the lack of knowledge of our kids to their history. And as we all know, if you don't know the history, you are doomed to repeat it. And that brings us to the purpose of this panel. There are many ways to educate people. We can talk to people, but sometimes it's very hard to know what to say, especially when it's someone who you don't know very well, or it's someone that you know has a different point of view than you do. And so the purpose of this panel is to talk about how the various art forms give us a vehicle for talking to each other. We get away from facts and we try the arts can take us to the emotion of the day. I don't know how many people know how great of a writer our mother was. She left a large collection of essays, bits of stories. It's all unfinished, and it sort of is very reminiscent of the fact of the unfinished story that we're talking about today, the human rights struggle that is still ongoing. And we're going to hear one of her stories that I'm sure a lot of you in this room know about, the incident that this story refers to. But she was such a wonderful writer, and I learned a lot from just going back, looking through her papers and reading her experiences, her interactions with people from all walks of life. So this panel focuses on the arts as a way to shift from the facts and get to the emotion, the commonalities, the humanity within us all as a starting point to try to come together, starting with Natchez together, to just start communicating with each other as a way for young people to understand what happened back 40 years ago or more. So I hope you appreciate what we're trying to do with this panel, and we look forward to your questions after we're done. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Davy Moran Murphy, and my grandmother, Marjorie, who my sister and I called Nana, was very inspirational to me and continues to be, and so I'm really, really honored to be here today and to be able to read one of her writings that she wrote in the 80s as she was working on her master's thesis. This is entitled, Whatever Happened to Joseph Edwards. We got back to Mississippi from a trip to visit family in Boston that July in 1964 on a Sunday afternoon. We had not been in the house a half hour when the telephone rang. It was George Metcalf, then the head of the local NAACP. He needed me to get in touch with the Special Task Force of the FBI, who somehow were never around on weekends, which is when the violence mostly happened. The Klan had burned down 3 churches, had run one black family out of town, their supper still on the table, and a young man, Joseph Edwards, was missing. George was afraid to call the Justice Department in Washington collect, as we had been instructed to do. The telephone operators were known to be in collaboration with the police and the Klan. In fact, one of the high officials in the Klan worked for Southern Bell's repair service. I was afraid too, but my sense of noblesse oblige would not let me refuse. I would always afterward wonder what happened to Joseph Edwards, for he has never been found. In 1967, a special detail of FBI agents were in Natchez. They were sent to investigate cases that remained open and to check on the Black Power movement. They told some white families that they were close to that they'd been looking into the Joseph Edwards matter and had tentatively identified a skeleton recently washed up on the banks of the river as his. But it turned out not to be his remains. The white circle with whom the agents socialized knew this right away. It was a cocktail hour tidbit. But the Edwards family waited weeks before they were finally notified by these men. The old fear and dread of the FBI precluded their contacting the Bureau, even in such a case. So we know that Joseph Edwards was just one of many who had such a brutal end to his life. And I just wanted to honor him, honor my grandmother by reading this passage, and just remind us all that his memory will not be forgotten if we continue to tell his story and the stories of others in forums like this and to our children. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. I am a major reader of Marge Baroni. I have read that story you just read multiple times, in which she ends with a haunting question, whatever happened to Joseph Edwards, which is a question we still can't answer today. Where is he? Where is his body? We know that he was killed. And that's one thing that I personally continue to work on now with LSU students is where is he? But Marge asked the question. And I think the thing about Marge that has been influential to me is that I grew up in the country, she grew up in the country. She was a reader, I was a reader. She was a dreamer, romantic, impressionable when she was young. But she questioned things about life. She questioned how unfair it was, the way some people were treated. And in 2007, when I first started working on the murder of Frank Morris, 2007, the FBI announced they were going to go back and look at a bunch of old cases. Frank Morris was on that list. I began writing. There were influential things that happened that kept me going. But as I started writing, I wondered, I can write about an old murder, but how do you write about an old murder that teaches us something? How do I get someone that's a racist, say, to want to know about Frank Morris? And what you have to do is you have to paint Frank Morris as the human being that he was. So my thought was, if somebody knew Frank Morris, if somebody knew 24-year-old Joseph Edwards, who went missing in his youth, I believe that they would like these people, or they would find something that would make them care. You know, if we care about Frank Morris and we care about Joseph Edwards, if we care about their families who suffered so much during those times, we also can care that way about Marge Baroni's family. There's no family that was in civil rights that didn't suffer. And I think that most of us know that, or don't know that, maybe. It's interesting to me that she, in her writings, wrote both about Frank Morris. She mentioned him. She talked about Joseph Edwards. And specifically, let's just look at one little thing, and some of the religious people talked about that earlier on today, is God and faith. Marge believed strongly in her faith, and she expected things from people in faith. And in 2010 or 2009, I talked with Susan Sturtevant Sullivan, who was doing research on Marge's life. because I had found a passage that Marge wrote in one of her writings, and she was upset with her pastor, her local priest. She knew that within the community that there was discussion about Frank Morris's murder, and she wanted priests and she wanted pastors to preach about it, and it wasn't happening. So I'm going to do something very dangerous. I forgot my note. I have it on my phone, and hopefully I can navigate and find what Susan and I talked about, because I think that's what, for me, the message is today. So, you know, Susan came and she collected a lot of material as she was pursuing the life of Marge Baroni. So Marge was upset with Father Fulham for not preaching about Frank in service. And so she referred to Frank Morris, the fact that perhaps he had been baptized. But what was the church doing about it? And she said, and this is what Susan told me. She said, I think the written comments by Marge on the events around the 1964 arson and murder in Faraday illustrated the reality that she found so tragic. The priest assured her that the reception of the sacrament of baptism administered to the dying victim is evidence of religious concern for his soul and his eternal life. But the practice of the same faith is not extended to preaching from the pulpit to those gathered each Sunday about the evil actions which took place in her life. The fact that the parish priest evidently did preach about the murder to some of the nuns who taught at the Catholic school showed he understood the importance of speaking out. Yet it was too dangerous, and it was too dangerous to do so to the congregation at large. This is the example, I think, and Susan thought, that Marge commented on, that it was acceptable only to quote the Bible, to privately lament the criminal acts and racial discrimination, but not to do anything about it, not to live the love of God and neighbor in public and in daily life. It was a wrenching issue then. It still is today. And so this is the other thing I think I take away what today holds. She talked about Marge reached out and was inspired by those who were taking unpopular stances in the local community, white and black, and to national figures such as Dorothy Day. While the famous leaders of the civil rights movement were pivotal, Susan thought, and I agree, that untold ordinary people like Marge and their families made great sacrifices to change the world in which they and we live. They acted again and again on the convictions that every human life is precious and that silence is in the face of hatred and persecution gives consent. And it's my belief, as it was Susan, that to help ensure that Margie's story, in all of its high points and low points, lives in history for current and future generations as we continue to face issues of both spiritual integrity and liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's working. Okay. Good evening. I am honored to be on the panel this afternoon, and just really glad to be here because I had the opportunity to meet somebody from Wayne State University where I got my master's, and I rarely ever meet anybody who's gone to Wayne State. And then I met someone who have worked at Loyola. My youngest daughter got her law degree from Loyola. Well, anyway, today we're here honoring Marjorie Baroni, and I love poetry. And so when they asked me to speak, and they said the arts, we want you to talk about how the arts have impacted race. And so the first thing I wanted to do, and since I love poetry, I wanted to pay tribute to Miss Baroni. As I watched them tearing a building down, a gang of men in a busy town, with a ho-he-hum and a lusty yell, they swung a beam and the side wall fell. And I asked the foreman, are these men skilled? And are they the men you'd hire if you wanted to build? Oh, he gave a hearty laugh. Oh, no, indeed, he said. Just common labor is all I need. I can easily wreck in a day or two what builders have taken years to do. Well, and I thought to myself as I went my way, which of these roles have I tried to play? Am I a builder or am I a wrecker who walks around the town trying to tear it down? And so when I think of Miss Baroni, I have to think that she was a builder. She went around working at that time, not thinking about the price that her family would have to pay. I often tell kids, when you're doing something, it's not only you, you're bringing your family into it too. And so she was not selfish. Selflessness, she said, well, this is what I want to do. This is what I believe in. And I see we need to build some bridges. And this is what I'm going to try to do. So let's give Miss Marjorie Baroni a hand for being a bridge builder. And you know, if she was thinking in terms of building a bridge, not only thinking of herself, but like her granddaughter here, her children, those people and the people in our community building bridges. She may have passed this way, but a youth is going to follow her. And all the places we occupy today, some young person is going to sit in that place. So we have to keep in mind that we are building bridges for them too. In 1989, Judge Mary Lee Tolles called me and said, Josie, I'm tired of other people telling our story. We need to be a part of telling our own story. And that is her vision for NAPAC, the African American Museum on Main Street. That's the birth of that museum. She said, well, since I want to be part of telling the story, Josie, will you help me? And of course, I love Judge Tolles, so I said yes. And so we went about each picking a woman that we thought would help. I chose Flora Terrell, owner of Bluff City Post. She chose Pat Cook Washington, who's a retired educator. And we both chose Mary White, who was a businesswoman. And so together, we went about seeking people by building bridges, white people in the community who we thought might help. We talked to Butch Brown. We talked to Walter Brown. We talked to, there's Mr. Walter Brown right there. We talked to Tim Blaylock. Tim Blaylock did all the work for us for the 501(c)(3). He did that for us, no cost. And so lots of people in the community help us get the museum started. So we got it started. George Sheikh Harton, Alderman Harton, his job was to get the city to let us have a building. And so they did. My point is, we call them our hidden figures. There were a lot of whites in the community who helped the 5 of us start the NAPAC Museum. And so we'd like to give those hidden figures a hand for also building bridges in this community. And you know, when it comes to art, not just sculpture, music, poetry, storytelling, quilting, cornrowing, all of those things have their place. You know, they say cornrows, not just style, but the patterns in the cornrows said, well, a lot of times maps for the slaves to use as a pathway for escape from slavery. And so that the master wouldn't know, they would just braid their hair and fix the little curves and waves so that people would be able to, we would know this is the path we are taking, but others may not know. And so, but visual art, to me, the one thing when it comes to art, I was 9 years old when Emmett Till was killed. But if you were black and you grew up in the black community, your parents never let you forget. Each time you left home, they would remind you. Now, like for me, my mama and my 10 siblings, my mom would say, now if you walk downtown to the Ritz or the Baker Grand, do not go in that Main Street park. And we'd be saying, why? And she said, because black children can't go to the Main Street park. And we'd say, why we can't go to the park? And so my mom would say, you can't go, and I don't have any money to get you out of jail, so you better not take your tail down there. And so that was one of the things. And so to me, when Emmett Till was killed, the picture of Emmett Till galvanized Mississippians and Americans everywhere. It really brought it forth to us. If they did this to that 14-year-old boy, what could possibly happen to you? And when we say things like this, we're not trying to teach CRT as been accused of. We're not trying to make white kids feel like oppressors and black kids victims. We just want the truth to be told, both sides, all sides. And the only reason Carter G. Woodson thought of Black History Week was because we were left out of Black history. And were left out of American history. So he thought he'd bring that in by trying to be inclusive. And so Emmett Till in that casket, Ruby Bridges tomatoes being thrown at, a 6-year-old girl. Insults, all of those things. When you speak of visual arts, Norman Rockwell made a picture of her as she was entering school and being escorted by federal agents. Also, the 4 girls in the Birmingham on Sunday school, those 4 girls, when their bums were sitting there, all of those pictures galvanized people, pricked America's conscience to say we need to work together to try to solve this problem. And so, songs. Oh, you know, when I started college in 1965, we were just so happy. Say it now. I'm black and I'm proud. Hey, that song was just something that made us have more dignity and pride in us as a race. But there's still arts that those songs, Aretha Franklin's Respect, Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror. He said, and that's what we should do too. I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. If you want the world to be a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. And so Gandhi says that if you want to change, then make that change. That's what Gandhi said. Make that change yourself. Start with you. You get to know a person of a different race, a different religion. You get to, and I don't mean superficially know them. I mean truly, authentically get to know that person. And then so that was one of the great songs during that period. Joan Baez did Birmingham Sunday. Birmingham Sunday. She's talking about the 4 girls who were bombed. Still Away, a spiritual song. Black people we weren't just saying, trying to get to God. We were talking about escaping from slavery. So that's art. I ain't got long to stay here. Oh, freedom. Odetta and Joan Baez. Before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave. That's art. Quilting tells our story too. Putting those pieces together, cutting a little piece here and there, telling our story. And so those things are some of the things when we think about art.
Ms. Kemper, excuse me. We
Yes.
want to allow some time for questions and answers.
Okay, one more thing, and then I'll be through. And that is my closing poem. I come to the mic and do it. This poem was written by Mr. McKinney, and he said that he wrote this poem because in his neighborhood, he had gotten upset because the people at the councilman, they had a law on the book that said black people couldn't be out at dark. And he wanted that law taken off the books. And they said, well, since no black people live here anyway, he went out and recruited a black activist family to move in the community, but they kept it on the records anyway. So the point is with this poem is that our bigotry, our biases, and things like that makes us vulnerable toward hatred, breaking down communications, not having bridges being built between the races. And so this poem, The Cold Within, it's supposed to be, the imagery is about snowing outside, it's a blizzard, and we are stuck. And so with us, those 6 people who were stuck both had a stick of wood, the cold within. So it's not the storm that killed these people, it's the cold heart, the biases, the bigotry, the racism. There were 6 people trapped by happenstance in the bleak and bitter cold. Each one of them possessed a stick of wood, or so the story is told. But their dying fire was in need of their logs. But the first man held his back, for on the faces around the fire, he noticed that one of them was black. So he couldn't give his stick of wood to the fire. Then the next man looking across the way saw not one of his church, so he couldn't bring himself to give the fire his log of birch. Then the third one sat in tattered clothes. He gave his coat a hitch, Why should my log be put to use to warm the idle rich? Then the rich man just sat back and thought of all the wealth that he had in store and how to keep what he had earned from that lazy, shiftless poor. Then the black man's face bespoke revenge as the fire passed from his sight. For all he saw with his stick of wood was a chance to spite the white. Well, the last man of this forlorn group did naught except for gain. Giving only to those who gave to him was the way he played his game. Their logs held tight in death's steel hand was proof of our human sin. For you see, those 6 people didn't die from that blizzard and from the cold without. They died from the cold within. Do you have a cold heart? Are you filled with malice and bigotry and hatred toward others because they have a different religion, a different race? Do you have a cold heart? What's going on with you and in our community? Are you building bridges or are you a wrecker?
Wasn't that powerful? Thank you. Before we go on to honor Mr. YZ, just a note about the Q&A. If you have a general question, just address it to the panel. If you heard something specific that might have moved you or you're skeptical or question, direct it if you can to one of the individualists. And now I think we have a tribute to Mr. YZ or start with the Q&A. Thank you. So we'll start the questions.
Okay.
I guess this is directed toward the family members. Thinking about the unfinished writings, and I'm sure you all over the years have spent time reading that and maybe even sharing it with, I understand great-grandkids are here. The question would be, is there a time that you're thinking maybe it'll be released, and maybe would the newer generation, as you read it to them, help to inform how you would release it? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I'll take that one. Is this on? Oh. So that's been an ambition of ours for a long time to try to put these pieces together. We don't have a timeline for that. We could use some expertise, which we have on this panel today. So this could be one of those Natchez Together projects, actually. So thanks for the question.
Just a footnote, there is a chapter I wrote about. I can go up here.
Okay.
And just a note, we want to credit the University of Mississippi for housing the archives of Ms. Baroni. This project actually has some predecessors that I think many people don't know about. We actually spent with Philip, Roseanne, myself, and this wonderful archivist at the Special Collection at UM on Ms. Baroni's writings and materials. So I was able to draw on that to cite some narratives, including one from Julia Rash, whose experience was here. So we started with that, but I think your question is very well taken. That project needs to be finished. And I can't remember the name of the person, Jennifer?
Ford.
Jennifer Ford at Ole Miss was the one who basically got the archives. So if some of you want to visit there, you should, so we'll continue with the Q&A, and just Valencia, do we have an honor to Mr. YZ at the end?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Lou?
After we finish the Q&A, will we be paying tribute to the great
Yes,
Mr.
that's
YZ?
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So a few more questions now. I did want to interject that. Thank you.
Lou, this question is for you. Did your writings on racism, or were they inspired because of Mrs. Baroni's involvement in her writings on race relations?
The context of Mississippi in particular were inspired by her, and the more that I got involved with the archives at Ole Miss, and I was doing work on systemic racism and how to combat it in particular, I realized that this was what I would call ground zero. Other people would argue, they would say that Alabama was ground zero and the Black Panthers started in Oakland or started in Alabama, but let's be clear, Mississippi was pretty much ground zero for a bunch of things. So it was really, that kind of focus was there. And just the connection that somebody made internationally with Ms. Baroni and Dorothy Day is just, it's just magic. But what was going on in Mississippi, I think, inspired me to do that work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're right, because I think with her and Father Morrissey going to the Human Relations Council meetings in Jackson, they weren't going there just to hear what was going on. They were there to hear what was happening nationally and what was coming to Natchez. So we can honestly say that they led freedom, the way for Freedom Summer here in 1965.
Absolutely.
So,
We've got time for a few more questions, and if you can direct it to either individuals or general.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Nelson. I'm only calling journalism an art form because it is a form of communication about the facts. And I'm wondering, given the distance in time from when you started working on your cold cases to today's media environment, do you think it relates to the conversation about our young people and what they don't know, that the fact that our communication today is so scattershot and people are picking up all kinds of alternative facts? So anything you could say about that?
Well, I think today that you can, in many, you know, it's kind of, I don't want to make anybody mad here, but you know, you can pick any news organization today, or quote news organization, that reflects whatever opinion you might have. When we start teaching students at LSU, and I'll just use this by example with our cold case students, they come and they go out into the field and we are working on one specific case. And they're always cold cases, and they're always civil rights era cold cases. But when we start talking with them, the first thing we have to do is we're going to take you back to a time that you don't know anything about because you weren't taught it. They don't know anything, and you mentioned media in general, but let me just talk about, say, civil rights, as far as how do we teach our past. We could certainly teach our past. Natchez, Concordia Parish could be a subject of a whole semester for a class on understanding what was going on. And so the media is so fractured today. You know, many of us in this room grew up watching the nightly news, the local news station that we had. There were a few newspapers that we shared, magazines that we all read. We don't have that anymore. We don't have that common thing that we all sort of have a basic understanding of what's going on in the world from, you know, we generally would read it all. But, you know, look at the difference in Fox News and in MSNBC, or compare whoever you want to. I'm not picking or highlighting anything. And, you know, I'm sure people are tired of hearing this, but the death of newspapers, and it's coming, is going to be felt everywhere. You're going to feel it one day. The problem is your grandchildren don't know what they're missing. They don't know what stability that provides to local communities. That, you know, newspapers cover the baseball games, the prom, the pageant, the police jury meeting, the Natchez City Council meeting, all of the things that are important to the community in that local newspaper office, where you actually have a physical representative of the media that you can go and see, who are accountable to the community. They live in the community. Anybody see me on the street? I was talking to the mayor a while ago. One thing, you know, the one thing that I was taught in journalism school, and it proved to be true, is that you're not a good newspaper reporter if you don't get cursed out at least once or twice a month. And that's the truth. If you go through a long period of time, everything's fine, you're not doing your job. So, you know, journalism students, kids coming up now, they all want to do Cold Case because they've seen 2020 and Nightline and all of those shows, but they don't understand this is a whole different kind of work, because you have to go into the basements of courthouses, and you have to go into neighborhoods, into white neighborhoods, into black neighborhoods, and knock on doors and meet people and sit down and listen to them. And many times we found, particularly, I would say in the black and white community, but specifically in the black community, many elderly men and women who have never had a chance to tell their story and leave behind their history and what they knew about many of the cases that we work on. The greatest thing is women seem to have restored knowledge better, and they want to talk about it more, but you have to ask them. And we had a case that these students worked on, a horrendous murder in Monroe, Louisiana, 60 years ago, in which a white man who became a Klan leader shot 5 of his black employees and killed 4. He went to the grand jury, and they released him. No charges, but the young black man that survived, who he accused those men of attacking him. The one black man that survived was sent to prison for attempting to murder the man that shot him. And he had no weapons on him whatsoever. We were able to go into the courthouse basement and found some documents that had never been revealed before. But these 2 women, one of them was a 94-year-old black woman, whose 2 brothers were killed in that horrible fire. It was one of the worst cases I've ever seen. She had never talked about it. And when we first contacted her, she was reluctant to talk about it, but she did. And she talked and she talked until she told her story. These things are so fragile, but she did. 2 days after we finished talking to her, she died. And she actually literally had the information that turned the tables on that case and showed how that white man ambushed those men. And the white lady that we found, who was 95, she was able to show what the scene looked like that day, and those men were shot in the back. In the back. They were running. So, Kathleen, I got kind of around your question, but this is what's hidden in our courthouses and the stories that aren't told, and that's why this is so important. But it's going to take a newspaper or journalism, pure journalism, honest journalism that is not looking, have an agenda, and is not looking to prove a point. You're just out there to tell the story as it is. And that's, I fear, there are a lot of investigative groups out there that are doing great work, but our newspapers are gone, and believe me, we're going to miss them one day.
I think we've come to the end of the session. We do have an honoree for Mr. YZ. Yeah, and then we'll conclude. Thank you.
Again, Mr. YZ cannot be here today. His wife is gravely ill, so we do respect him. But we will do a tribute to him. And Miss Linda Gardner, who is here today, is a very dear friend of him and his brothers. So she will introduce Mr. YZ, and then we will have a musical tribute to him.
Thank you. Ooh. Wow. This has really been a great day. I'm going to give a personal note here. This is from me right now, not YZ, because I'm going to save what he's saying, why he couldn't be here, till after I say what I want to say. But I would like to introduce a concept that I would strongly encourage all the local people here to learn what your history is by doing a staycation in your hometown, Natchez. We've got a 20-minute movie at Visit Natchez that talks about the history of Natchez, the white history and the black history. And I tell visitors many times there was a very large, I don't know how large, I can't be real accurate with that, but there was a large black population that was people of free color, thanks to William Johnson, who wrote the Barbara of Natchez. We have the William Johnson House. And we have many other outstanding black leaders that are in the area. Connection to blues, Bud Scott's buried in our Natchez cemetery. But YZ, as far as musicians go, he's got a tremendous amount of honors, but he is also a very humble man. And for a musician or entertainer, you don't see too many of those that are humble. He's also a family man. And that's why he's at home taking care of his wife. He's also, now he's in the hospital with her. He just did not want to leave her side. And he wanted me to be sure and say what his thoughts were. And came to my house yesterday. We went over it. I said, I'm going to make sure they get your message, YZ, not mine. Because he's such a humble person. He does not like talking about his history. And that's part of what I'll read in a minute. But a lot of people don't know it, but YZ Ely was one of the house bands at Haney's Big House, which I think I saw on a slide earlier. And I know Mayor Tony Byrne is here. When we inducted Hezekiah Early and William Haney into the Delta Music Museum in Verity, and Tony was that was a great story about how he and Max Fugler went to Haney's Big House. That was when blacks and white didn't really socialize a lot, but Haney's Big House played a part in that. And I tell a lot of people that come through the area too, that if it wouldn't have been for Haney's Big House, which was burned in the height of the 60s, there might not even be a Jerry Lee Lewis, because that's where he kind of learned that pumping style of piano. But enough about Haney's Big House. Now I'm going to read a short little statement from YZ as to why he couldn't be here. This is YZ's words. I was asked to express my experience during the civil rights movement I had in the 60s. From 1963 until 1967, I was living in New Orleans. I did not have a part in that experience. I want to highly honor and respect the ones that participated in that movement. I was also asked to express my experience during the Jim Crow days. It was terrible, very cruel and unjust to black people. I've seen movies told about those days, and the movies told the story, but it was a tragic time in our history. You had to have lived it to really know it. So the only other footnote I'll add is there's many black musicians and other artists that refuse to play to a concert if the audience was segregated. And it wasn't just one musician that felt that way and actually stood by his words. Sam Cooke, Josephine Baker, Ray Charles, and in my era, the Beatles. So let's remember too that music and arts can bring people together like this symposium did today. Kudos to Valencia, and hopefully this will continue to be a yearly thing and we can continue to work on that, because we need to tell our stories and how it affected us. Thank you.
Valencia. Is there a video? Oh. I guess I have to turn around. This happens to me every time I try to use YouTube. I'm Roseanne. I'm sorry. That's total. The panel didn't suffer you.
How long can this go on? How long can this go on? You don't love me no more, but I still can't leave you alone. I give you all of my money, I pay all of your bills. My friends say I'm crazy, but they just don't know how I feel. How long can this go on? You don't love me no more, but I still can't leave you alone. You go downtown, you flirt with everybody I know. I can't quit you, baby, and I just can't let you go. How long can this go on? You don't love me no more, but I still can't leave you alone. It's something about you, baby, I just can't understand. It keeps me coming back again and again. How long can this go on? You don't love me no more, but I I still can't leave you alone.
YZ Louis playing the blues since 1947. Thank you.
I would just like to add that at the end of every performance that also Casey Gilbert, our sound man, is a member of Mr. YZ's band. And at the end of every song he performed, he would say, "I'm just trying to keep the blues alive." And the reason he says that is because Mr. Haney's Big House is where Mr. YZ got his solo start. He and his brothers had their own band. And that's Mr. William Haney, the owner of Haney's Big House in Faraday, that was burned by the Klan. And the story I get, in fact, from Ms. Gardner, is that when the firemen came, people were still trying to turn the hoses off, turn the water off, so the house would burn. So that's why Mr. YZ tries to keep the blues alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
We'll take a 5-minute break before panel number 4, which is our last panel. Thanks. Take 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, panel 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I know when I see her.
Okay. You see it?
And she's not here.
Okay. We added on one part of the quiz.
Okay.
So. Annalisa.
Rex.
Early in the morning, I wake up with the blues. Early every morning, I wake up with the blues. You know my woman that left me. You know that's bad news. You know I love you. I tell the world I do. You know I love you. I tell the world I do. You know you precious to me, baby. I'm happy when you run. I tell the world I do. You know I love you. I tell the world I do. And if you don't come back to me, baby, Don't know what's wrong with me.
I want to try something like I told Louise, I remember one time when Baroni's had us over, and I don't know. Yeah.
Or I'm not, you can.
No, I mean, I didn't have 2 hours. I'm just kidding.
There will be some interesting silences.
Doesn't look like a tough crowd.
No.
That's not a tough crowd. They're here for the food.
Yeah.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
That's it. Just the nurse educator in here. Leave it at that. 3 things. I won't go into all my gory details. It's still learning too. Lifelong learner. Whatever. That's a cliche. I mean, just whatever. Everybody is a lifelong learner. We are. We actually are. I think we're always learning. Yeah, you have to learn in order to evolve, right? So if you don't learn, you don't evolve. You know, I kind of look at all this, you know, and where they're at, mindsets, and everything else.
Okay, will everybody take their seats, please? We're getting ready for panel number 4. Panel number 4 is our Voices of the Future. Our moderator is Ms. Elise Baroni. Ms. Chelsea Hall was also on this panel and unfortunately has an issue with her rotator cuff. She cannot be here. And Mr. Damian Baroni, a grandson of Mr. Baroni, was going to be here, and he also had an emergency. So the panelists are Annalisa Marone, Robbie Cade Burge, and Lamar Braxton Jr. So Ms. There you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Like she said, my name's Elise. I'm one of Marjorie's granddaughters. And while I never got to meet her, I've gotten to know her over the past probably 10 years through reading her works and getting to hear stories from my dad and other family members, so that's been a joy. I've always been really proud of who she is and really inspired by her, so I'm excited to be here, and we appreciate you sticking it out to the last panel of the day. I know we're probably all tired, but we're hoping the young people can bring some energy. Anyway, in our panel, we hope to highlight how her legacy and the legacy of all those that fought for civil rights continue in our lives and our own careers and all the different areas that we live and have lived. So with that, I'm going to introduce each of the panelists. First, we have Robbie Cade Burge. Is that right? Okay. She is the Executive Senior Pastor of Word of Faith Ambassadors Worship Center, a business consultant, life coach, and the first Black business owner on Main Street in Natchez. She manages multiple businesses and nonprofit initiatives. Then we have Annalisa Miron, a federal public defender for over 20 years. She's worked on behalf of marginalized communities, first in New York City and now in her hometown of New Orleans, where she is continuing her grandmother's fight for civil rights. Over here we have Lamar Braxton Jr. He's an engineer and a community advocate. He's led programs promoting interracial dialogue and community improvement. we have Neil Olson, sorry.
That's all right.
He is a nurse, educator, and leader in his own community. So with that, I will turn it over to, how about Robbie? You want to start? No? Lamar?
Okay. Why not? Do I stand, sit, or what?
Whatever.
Do I need to stand or sit? Hard crowd.
Tough crowd.
Tough crowd. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. How long? Not long. I'm Lamar Braxton Jr., and just want to say that I'm standing here because of the works that my mother and father both did while they were still living here in Natchez. And I am a product of the Natchez Adams Special Municipal Separate School District. That's a lot, right? I was in the first class when Natchez School integrated in 1970. I was first grade then. A little bit about that. Because of the court order, they were forced to make sure that all schools had a certain ratio of black and white students. Even though I lived in the Broadmoor community, which is north of Natchez city limits, I rode a bus that went past Prince Street, which was a close elementary school, to a school called Comforter No. 1 Elementary School, which is in central Natchez. That way they could have like a 45-55% ratio. And from there on, you know, I went to Northside, Thompson, and eventually North Natchez. Now, North Natchez, Northside, Thompson were predominantly black, and you might say, oh wow, he suffered. But we didn't, because we had programs in our school that Montebello, Morgantown, Martin, and Braden did not have. For instance, we had a bell chorus. So whenever, at that time, Natchez had businesses, industry here, you know, we had Armstrong, IP, Diamond International, and some others. Whenever their business, their officers or whatever came to Natchez, scoping, thinking about bringing additional businesses here or expanding, they would send for our bell chorus to come entertain them to say, hey, look at what our school system's doing. So we would dress up in our white shirts and black pants, and we'd go meet with we'd go entertain the industry, and next thing you know, there'll be new jobs coming to Natchez. And they didn't have that in Montebello or Braden or Morgantown or Susie B. West, but they had it on our side of the town. And we also had a male chorus in my elementary school. So we had a lot going on. We were too busy learning to worry about segregation. And that's my take on things. All right, and enough about school system. From there on, I decided I wanted to do the path of an engineer. And so I started out at Alcorn in pre-engineering, and then went to Tuskegee University, BS in chemical engineering. And from there, I worked at Norfolk Naval Aviation Depot with the Department of Navy as a materials engineer, where we worked on F-14s, A-6 fighter planes for the Navy. And after that, I said, I want to do something that traditional chemical engineers do. And I entered the petroleum industry. Yeah, I make big changes. And from there, I was like, okay. That was a big jump because I didn't have a petroleum background. And being in Ohio at that point in my life, the engineers there weren't very receptive. We heard that as far north as you've been to South Carolina, we heard you're from Mississippi and you haven't been any farther than South Carolina. I said, I've been to Boston. Does that count? Oh. Stuff like that. Do you all have street lights down there when the sun shines? You know, stuff, quick answer, so they cut out the small talk. And then from there, after 5 years enduring the cold winters in Ohio, moved to Texas, Phillips Petroleum, and having lived in Cancer Alley for 2 years, I said, that's enough of that. Another career change. This time I decided to get the MBA and go towards the, on the finance side. So I've been in Huntsville now, Huntsville, Alabama for over 20 years. And we'll just stop there for now and come back later.
I'll go last.
You want to go last? Okay.
Thank you, Lamar. Neil, would you like to share next?
Oh, yeah, I can share next. You want me to go or you want to go? Okay, I'll go. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, I get it. Hi, everybody. My name's Neil. We'll start there. My father's name was Neil, and my father was a Baroni. I take Olson only because I was so far away from my father, and a great man by the last name of Olson, who's still alive. He was my father at that time. So I honor him by continuing on with Olson. He's done a lot for me over the years. So I'll stop there. I was asked to talk about this at the last second, but I thought to myself, what did my grandmother teach me? Okay. And she taught me a lot. And when I go back and I start to think about what my grandmother did, it's mind-boggling. I still can't get my mind completely around everything, but she did teach me something. And one of the things I really enjoyed about her in the time that I knew her, in the very short period of time as a toddler, was her strength. Okay, and you're probably wondering, like, how do you know about her strength? Well, listen, we're up on 503 Monroe, and I was in the backyard. And before I ever came to Natchez, my mother put two things in my head that were all about fear. There were snakes, and there are some crazy people down here that will shoot you, okay, for the color of your skin. And so we went from Boston and we drove over to Natchez, and I was in the backyard and I was lifting up rocks, and lo and behold, there was a snake. All right? So when you're 3 or 4 years old and you see a snake and you're already got that fear in you, oh my Lord, all right? It was paralyzing. I must have yelled, I must have cried a little bit, but then I heard a laugh. And I looked up, and there was my grandmother, and she was laughing about the fact that I was terrified by this little snake. And she was tall in my eyes, because I was very small, and just the power that she had brought this soothing effect to me, okay? And I thought, that's really cool. So this is one thing that stays in my mind about my grandmother and about her strength and her calmness in the face of extreme danger, okay? And that's amazing. And I learned from that, to be honest. And so what do? I am a patient care coordinator in an emergency department in a city in Canada. Yes, I'm Canadian as well. It's okay. And I'll tell you something. I think back on my grandmother's calmness when I thought I was in extreme danger because there was this deadly little snake in the backyard. And that helps me to remain calm in things that I have seen over the 34 years, a quarter of a century in the ER. That keeps me calm when I think about my grandmother and how calm she was. And it's become embedded into me in that aspect. So I'm going to leave it at that. I had a 2-hour speech prepared. I'm lying. But I'll cut it off at this, okay? And I want to just thank everybody for allowing me, and thank you for allowing me to speak today and just to be here in your presence. It's amazing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Annalisa. I'm one of Marge's granddaughters. And when I was 8, my grandmother passed away, but I knew her and have fond memories of Natchez. She, to me, she had a greatness, even at that young age. I didn't quite understand why, and we didn't necessarily talk about it as a family, but it was understood that she was great. And after she passed, and my sister and I would go to Natchez and stay with my grandfather, you know, those are some of the best memories I have. Just spending time in their house, playing in a real sense of play, not with TV, not with movies, but in the backyard, and Grandpa would set up a slip and slide with rocks underneath it. It was still fun. And we just wanted to return to that home, the Monroe Street home, as much as we could. So when I grew older, I started to learn about my grandmother and the courage that she showed. But really, it must be said today that my grandfather had a significant role in the family and stuck it out for everyone. He was there for everyone, and that was clear to me. Obviously, I got to know him many, many years after her passing. He lived to his 90s, and we were just so lucky that he maintained the family together. And I did hear stories about his courage too, that he would check, put a rock on the hood so that he would know if the hood had been lifted and a bomb had been planted in his car. So I do want everyone here to know that we want to continue to hear your stories, that they're so meaningful to us. We're kind of actually the middle generation, but
right.
My kids are here, my cousins' kids are here, and if we keep talking, maybe we can all draw some courage from these stories. After graduating law school, I came back to New Orleans. I had gone to New York for law school, came back to New Orleans to intern, and met a lot of young Black kids in a juvenile detention center in Gina, Louisiana. At the time, that was 2001, Gina was known as a very brutal environment for young teenagers, and that was my calling. It became clear. So I interviewed those kids, heard about how they had been beaten in jail, and I think that history, even though I didn't necessarily know it at the time, was from my grandmother. I needed to stand up on behalf of them and tell their stories. Because I do think that, and this has been said for a while, but I do think that the criminal justice system is a civil rights problem. The laws that are imposed and how they're imposed come historically from slavery, and we need to stand up for people and their humanity. So I've dedicated my job to that. And that's true even when your positions are unpopular. So sometimes I ask myself what my grandmother would do. Would she not have done something because it was the wrong thing or because it was hard for her? And if it was just hard for her, then we should be doing it. Right, so I have clients now, I represent adults, and they're constantly, it's a hard time for them when they're incarcerated. They ask me, can you get medical attention? Can we get transferred? Can I speak to my family? And I could be doing that every day, calling the marshals or calling the prosecutor, or calling the judges, and advocating for them every day for what they need. And I ask myself, is this the wrong thing, or is it just hard for me? And if it's just hard for me, I'm going to pick up that phone. Because if it's just my own fear that I would upset a marshal or just be annoying maybe, or even stand up for somebody who has done something very wrong. And I'll be honest, a lot of my clients have done some things that are very wrong, but they are humans. And we, Elise and I, are both public defenders. We're not standing up for the crimes that they've committed. We're standing up for the people who they are and how we treat everyone, victims, our clients, police officers who every day confront injustice. So one of my young clients early on was a young man who was intellectually disabled, and he entered a drugstore along with a friend who was much bigger than him. And the friend threatened the store owner or the manager, and he was next to that person. So he personally was charged with robbery because he was quote unquote acting in concert. He went to trial, he was convicted. I guess he was perceived as a threat, and he went to prison for 5 years. And that case still sticks with me. And the only thing that got me through that was to feel like I was on the right side of history, standing up for him, just like my grandmother. Another example of one of the clients I've recently had, which I would say was unpopular within my family, is a person who's accused of a January 6th offense, accused and convicted or pled guilty. But he too is a person. He and I had very different political beliefs, but he was a young man who was raised in southern Louisiana by a single father. He went to DC thinking that he was doing the right thing, entered the Capitol for 10 minutes, was told to leave, and he did. And he pled guilty. He accepted responsibility for having done that, and I was proud to represent him. So I think that public defenders bridge make connections because we don't choose our clients. We represent everyone. They're all humans. And that's one of the principles that I learned from my grandmother alongside her courage. Thank you for having me.
Hello, everybody. I'm Robbie K. Furge. I'm currently the Senior Executive Pastor of Word of Faith, Ambassadors Worship Center here in Natchez, and Ambassadors Outreach Center in Faraday, Louisiana. I am here. I'm a product of my grandparents, the late Reverend Shed Baldwin and the late Irene Rice Baldwin. My grandfather was a civil rights activist. He was the president of the NAACP here for 2 terms. There are many spots in Natchez. If you ever tour them, you will see him actively involved in things. Oh, no, don't make me cry. I'm a granddaddy's baby, so. So what did I learn from my, Ms. Hall, you got me. What did I learn from my grandparents? I remember my mom telling me a story. My grandparents had 8 kids, and my mom was sharing with me. She said, one day they were getting ready to march. She said, and my brother jumped out there to march with my granddad. She said, well, her brother jumped out there to march with Dad, and he was a little nervous. And my granddaddy looked at him, he said, son, if you can't run with the big dogs, stay on the porch. He said, because if you are going to lead anything, you have to lead without fear. He said, and if you are a fearful person, leadership is not for you. Because whatever you are leading, that means you believe in it and you have to fight for that cause. And so I learned that as a leader now, whatever I do, I have to lead without fear. I have to make decisions that everybody's not going to agree with. I have to be able to, you can still lead and not be harsh, but I have to lead and be stern in what I'm doing. And so I learned from him to lead without fear. I also learned a lot of times with leaders, we only see them out front. But my grandparents also taught me the importance of partner or perish. Some people are married, but there are some people that are partners. And in order for my grandfather to lead the way he did, he had to have a partner that agreed with the leadership role that he was taking. Because I often say this, it matters who you marry. They can either hinder your purpose or they can enhance it. And so I watched them partner. I watched them work together. I watched them build together. So it was very important. And so I'm really big on partnership. I don't care about your economic status, your racial, your color, anything like that. if you are the person that I need to partner with to get the job done, then we're gonna partner. I don't necessarily have to like you. I know that sounds weird, but a lot of people feel like everybody that you partner with, you have to be the best of friends with. No. And just because I disagree with you, it doesn't mean that we don't have the capability to partner together. So I learned that from them as well. I also learned the power of forgiveness. My grandfather was a Baptist pastor here. He had 5 churches, several were in the country. And I remember him telling me a story. And 3 of those churches got burned down in the early 60s by the Ku Klux Klan. And so about 30 years later, my grandfather was at the church. My mom was in his office. And a guy came in, a white guy came in, and he said, Reverend Baldwin, I need to tell you something. And my grandfather said, I'm listening. He said, I was one of the guys that was a part of the burning down of your churches. He said, and I came to ask for forgiveness. And my grandfather said this. He said, forgiveness was extended when the match was struck. You don't wait until years later to forgive. Forgiveness is a daily thing. We have to do that all the time. Anybody that's married know you got to forgive every 5 minutes, right? But if you're a parent, you got to extend forgiveness. If you work with somebody crazy, like you have to extend forgiveness. But it showed me not to become a grudge holder. It showed me never let the root of bitterness settle on the inside of you, because once you hold that unforgiveness in your heart and you begin to harbor it, it turns into resentment, it turns into bitterness, it turns into anger, and it's passed down to the next generation. So I learned from him, forgive instantly. Don't wait, right? Because scripturally the Bible says that offenses are gonna come. Stuff is gonna happen. People gonna make you mad, right? However, don't let the sun go down on your wrath. That means, technically, y'all, we got 24 hours to let it go. And so it taught me early on the power of forgiveness. And my parents followed the footsteps. Well, I'll say this too. I was over in the NAPAC, and Miss Mary White was there. And I was just walking around. She said, do you know who that is on the wall over there? And I said, yes, ma'am. I said, it's my granddaddy. She said, you just like him. I said, no, I am not. That man did a lot, right? And I'm just trying to at least do a fourth of, because just imagine being a pastor of 5 churches, raising 8 kids, being married, leading the civil rights, like, I ain't nowhere near that, okay, right? So she said, yes, you are. You're like him. You have an innate ability to gather people together. And sometimes, y'all, getting people together is hard. There are times when I go out to that soldier cemetery at least twice a month, and I just stand there and say, Granddaddy, how did you do it? Show me a sign, give me an answer, because bringing people together on one accord sometimes can be difficult. But what I have learned, and the mayor can attest to this, I do have my grandfather's strength, because I am capable of getting people together that normally don't get together, or getting people together in the same room. So as we lead, we have to lead without fear. As we are walking this daily walk, we have to constantly forgive. As we are moving throughout life's journey, we have to partner or perish. And some people would rather let everything go down instead of saying, hey, can you help me? Can we work together on this project? I go places all the time. I'm a serial entrepreneur. So my husband and I have 9 businesses, and I'll go somewhere and I'm like, clearly, nobody wants to work together because we got 19 nail shops like right beside each other, right? And all of y'all could really go in the same building. I mean, I'm just, that's just me, right? Or nobody did a market analysis. Nobody said what the area needs. But I just look at it and I see sometimes that people refuse to partner, and sometimes that partnership part that I did learn from them, that sometimes people want glory. And I'm a little bit different. I don't need the glory or the accolades. I'm a person that likes to take territory. So while people are standing in the light and want to be seen, I'm over here on the next project, right? So I learned from them that there are times you have to partner, right? The African proverb says, if you want to go far, go alone. But if you want to go further, go together. And so that's what we have to do. So I am grateful for them. My mom actually was handed the torch, and my uncles and everybody. But my mom was one of the people that was really instrumental in the tricentennial event that we had here in Natchez, and got everybody together. They discussed the parchment movement, and some great things happened from that, where now we have the Take a Stand monument right over here behind us, because some people got together and they did not let their legacies die. So I do want to say that to any of you that are in the room, if your people did anything, I don't care what it was, whether they led during the civil rights, it ain't even got to be racial, whether they, you know, started a business, whether they own land or property, don't let that legacy die. Do something about it. Don't let it be that all of our grandparents and great-grandparents and parents' hard work was put in and we just watched it go down because we didn't have the courage to take up the cross and do the work that required. So that's how I'm here, because of the bald head guy with his hand like this in the picture. Awesome.
Thank you very much for sharing that, each of the panelists. At this point, do we have questions or comments or anything else any of the panelists want to share?
Thank you. I want to thank the panel, and I want to thank everybody for the day. I will say that I never knew Marge Baroni. I've only been in Natchez for 33 years. But what an inspiration she is to a white woman from the South in terms of showing what a heart and love and courage can do. I also want to thank Robbie Furge, because I've known her parents for years. I worked alongside them in Mission, Mississippi for 10 years.
Ah, yeah.
I worked closely. I was the co-chair with your mom on the Tricentennial Committee. And what she brought to that committee was that in 2014, she said to us, before you get busy celebrating a tricentennial in 2016, this community has some unfinished business that we have to attend to on the 50th anniversary of the Parchment Ordeal. And what I saw from Betty Cade was her compassion for those people who had suffered for 50 years, and her conviction that this city would be healthier if we could talk about it, and if we could acknowledge it and move on from that. And that was such a strong and wonderful example for what we can all do in terms of beginning to heal, because we're still beginning. We're not finished. And you know, I'm happy to hear that you're a senior executive pastor, and I wonder if you have a comment about today's young people and how we can share this healing vision with them.
Ooh, I think, first of all, that we have to have more settings. With young people, this may not be the spot. Maybe it's more sitting at Smoots or sitting somewhere that's a little bit more comfortable for true dialogue to happen. We also can, this is I don't know how to really answer. I'm gonna try my best. That getting people together is difficult, but there's gonna take strategy. It's gonna take people that they can trust. It has to be diverse in order to get them all in the room, and they have to feel safe in the conversations. They have to feel like, you know, their voice matters, not a bunch of old people hollering at them, telling them, and no offense if anybody's old, but I don't think everybody's young in the room. But making them feel safe to have discussions, because sometimes we say we want to discuss, but it gets hostile. You know, people can't hear each other, but kids need to feel safe that what I'm getting ready to say to you, that it doesn't leave this room, and that whatever I say, you don't use it or use it to hurt me further down the road, or it's not demonized. So I think location matters when we're trying to gather kids. I think who's in the room matters when we're trying to gather kids. And I think they need to be safe to have this discussion. And I think that would really at least get us a jump start. And don't let it be a bunch of preachers. I'm a pastor, but no, that ain't the way to go.
I would like to add to that. I work with the young in Huntsville. We have college students from Alabama A&M University that attend our church frequently. And as of January, we have 20 young men who have started attending church. And one of the things that's important is that they don't feel like they're being judged.
Yep.
You know, they like to be in an open environment. They can take criticism, but it needs to be positive criticism. And they need to know that you care about them. And as long as they know that you care about them and that you have their best interests at heart, like I ran into one of my former mentees, and we were in the barber shop, and I noticed that he had cut his dreads off. I said, what happened to your hair? Well, Mr. Braxton, I need to get a job, and I can't get a job with these dreads. I say, look how God works.
Probably been telling them that for
Yeah,
a while.
you know, I said, well, you come over to the house and we have to get you some dinner or something so we can discuss some other things. But as long as they know that you got their best interests at heart and that you're not being judgmental and that you want to see them grow and want what's best for them, then they'll be receptive to you.
And I want to add to that also as well. When you gather the young people together, the facilitator has to be healed, right? Because the worst thing in the world is to have a healing discussion or these type of discussions where you got a bitter person that's leading it, right? Those kids pick that up, they feel it, you know, and this is and that. And so I definitely would suggest that. Like I tell the people at our church, I'm not the youth pastor. I just can't. Some of the stuff they'll bring, Pastor, can we do this? It's insane. But if that's, I'm not the person to lead that. So let's get a younger person that can handle that and lead that outfit. But I've learned a lot of times with these type of discussions when we're talking racial reconciliation, it's a lot of bitter people in the room, and it's a lot of angry people in the room. And you cannot have those people leading something to encourage the youth to heal.
For Neil, Annalisa, and Elise, the man above on the screen now, Lamar's father, your mother had an impact on him.
Yeah, you want me to cry, don't you?
Now you're going to make him cry. Oh, man.
Every slide we've had today has had a connection to Mrs. Baroni. That was our goal. Every slide. Mrs. Baroni hired Dr. Braxton as director of Head Start AJFC, and he served for 42 years. The first black person to do that. And Mrs. Mazik, who we saw earlier, came after him. She too worked with your grandmother. So the work you all are doing, you all are definitely continuing the work of your grandmother, and that's to be admired. And I know it's not easy, as you talked about your clients, and all of you have a legacy. You may not realize it. Neil, your father was an outstanding musician, as is your Uncle David.
Thank you.
So all of you carry on your mother, your grandmother's legacy. And Robbie's grandfather, Reverend Shed Baldwin, also knew your grandmother, as those men earlier with Father Morrissey. they worked with her. So all of y'all are very humble. When I first met you, I have to share this. I know you don't like the attention, but I'm going to give you your accolades today. Very, very humble, very humble. And I meant when I spoke with, I'm very grateful to Terry and Peter for bringing this to fruition, because without their idea, for someone to recognize your grandmother's, your mother's, great-grandmother's, the children are here, 100th birthday, and what she did for this community and for the state, yes, and for the state of Mississippi, is not to be forgotten. And that's why we're doing this today, to honor all of you and your mother and grandmother, great-grandmother, and for Reverend Shed Baldwin's courage, and for Mr. Braxton Sr. And Robbie and you and Lamar are carrying out your father's, grandfather's legacy as well.
And we grew up as next-door neighbors.
Yeah. You see how God works?
Right across.
Anyone else have questions?
I want to make a quick comment. I just want to thank everyone for being here. So many of you have been here since the very beginning of the day. And Alderwoman Hall has been fantastic. Thank you for all of your work. It's been amazing. I also want to say, you know, Mayor Baroni, it's been a long time since you were actually in politics. So you stayed here through the whole thing, not because you had to as a politician, but because you really cared. You are a mentor to me.
Yes.
And I just appreciate
my God.
I've known you since I was a teenager, and you were the same man today that you were when I met you when I was only 15 years old. And I just thank you for what you mean to our city. I thank you. You know, the Bible said, there's something in the Bible, I think, in the New Testament that says we're surrounded by such a cloud of witnesses. We are truly in Natchez surrounded by a cloud of witnesses, those who have, by their example, done so much that we can learn from. And today I've learned a whole lot about Ms. Baroni. I already knew that she and my dad had a lot in common. My dad grew up in a poor farming family outside of Utica, Mississippi. It's quite a story. Next to youngest of 9 children, and had to quit school at age, well, in 10th grade because his father died abruptly from an injury on the farm in the middle of the Great Depression. And he grew up too poor to be racist because all of his friends were black. And, you know, it was a different day and time, but I'm just so grateful that among the cloud of witnesses, I had my parents who taught me to love one another and to just love regardless of the color of skin. Last week, I was with classmates that I graduated with at Monroe High School all those years ago, over 40 years ago now. We went 1st through 12th, fully integrated. My parents could have sent me somewhere else, maybe. I don't know that they really could have afforded it, but that was never even a topic of conversation. But I do have a question. In some respects, I feel like I experienced something that many children today are not getting to experience. I actually got to experience the time of the great desegregation. And to this day, I have friends I was with last week, as I just said, who, black and white, and we grew up together and we love each other still to this day. But I look here in our community and in other areas around our state, and I fear that we are going from that time I grew up in, time of the great desegregation, to a time where we are going into a great resegregation. Because I see people voluntarily now, in so many ways, resegregating themselves. Now, I know people will always have their religious, cultural differences depending on how we've been raised, differences because of ideology, political beliefs. We'll always, you know, everybody's different. But how can we get to that place where we have a true desegregation and we stop seeing things so divided? I know every day I work to make things better here in Natchez, I try to do it by example because there's an old saying, your actions are speaking so loudly, I can't hear a word you're saying. And when Reverend Marvel said today that he's been in this for so long to try to see people come together, and yet I can tell you, I've seen it myself those countless times when I'm there with you, Reverend Marvel, and I think I may be the only one from the white community that's there. And it's not just because I'm mayor that I'm there, it's because I love people. And I want so badly to see us get away where we sit at white tables and we sit at black tables and we go to white events and then we go to our black events. Some of you, I've already said, you're our future. How do we get back to a place of a great desegregation? Because we're certainly right now, I think, in so many ways in this country, going in the wrong direction.
My question is for Pastor Kate. Pastor Kate, Pastor Gandy said something about forgiveness also. She said we may not have to like it, but if we believe in God, we should forgive. And you also said something about forgiveness. Your dad said as soon as the match was lit, it was forgiven. I don't know if you can answer this question, but when you talked about the person that leads in discussion, it has to be the right person. So we have a lot of anger now here in the world because we don't forgive. People have become so mean. So do you have any tips for me and others of how to forgive? Because sometimes I do struggle with that myself.
Well, biblically, when the question was asked, how often do we forgive? The response was 7 times 70. It means 490 times. So in the mindset, I think mathematically we're just thinking, I got to forgive the person 490 times. But what Scripture was trying to say to us is you have to forgive it every time the thought crosses your mind, every time the traumatic situation that you're triggered by the instance. Like, you have to do it every single day. Some of the things that I've told people, even if you have to stand in the mirror and say, first of all, I forgive me. And then second of all, even if you have to call the name of the person, I forgive them, right? And the more and more you get in the habit of, and my mom even said it, to us, she was like, even if they're dead and gone, go to the grave and say, look, I forgive you. You did this, you did that. But the more and more that you verbalize it, because faith comes by hearing. So the more and more that you hear something over and over again, the more you begin to believe in it, and the more it begins to become true to you. So the more you say verbally, I forgive, I forgive, I forgive. I'm triggered by this, but I forgive. I'm traumatized by this, but I forgive. And the more and more you say that, then you can start to feel a little bit lighter, and you'll see that that thing that was in your chest, that thing that was in your heart starts to dissipate. Now, most of you know that I own Rolling River Reloaded on Main Street here in Natchez. My family are huge supporters, but I had one uncle that would never come to the restaurant. And I said, it's not like my family. So I called and said, hey, Uncle, what's up? I've seen everybody but you. And he said to me, he said, I can't go there. He said, I was beaten in that restaurant. And I was tossed in the alley over 40 years ago. I said, I promise you, if you come here, the healing can start. Because the very place that you weren't welcome in, now your niece holds the keys. I said, and sometimes we are unforgiving because we want to punish the person. We want to make them feel the pain. We want them to feel how we felt, right? We want them to experience the same anguish that we felt, but it'll never happen. Let God handle them, because the more and more that we hold, and my mom was big on teaching about, I used to hate it. Like, I used to hate to hear her forgiveness messages, but unforgiveness destroys you. It's just like I'm mad at you, but I'm sitting here drinking poison hoping that you die. And then you have to ask yourself, is it really worth me losing blessings and opportunities? Because the word of God says in Mark 11:22-25, it says, when you stand praying and you do not forgive, neither does the Father forgive you. So why am I holding a grudge and I'm praying every single night and my prayers aren't being answered? Not because God doesn't hear me, but because God sees my heart and I'm still holding that grudge. So I have to start thinking, I love people, but they're not worth my blessings, right? I love them, but Auntie, I know you called me fat the other day, right? And I feel some type of way about you. It's true, I am fat, but you weren't supposed to say it, right? So and it's the little things that are done that we are offended by. And sometimes we just have to sit and say, it's not even worth me being mad. Why am I mad with him about something his ancestors probably did that I don't know nothing about? He didn't do nothing to me. They did that to whoever they did it to. He don't know why I'm mad with him. I'm holding a grudge over somebody burning down my granddaddy's church that doesn't look like me. I wasn't there. So why am I mad with him? It's a waste. So if you're in here today, you're holding a grudge, forgive yourself, forgive the other person, verbally say it as much as you have to. If they're dead and gone, go to the grave and holler out, I forgive you. Write a letter and give yourself some closure to that situation, because that bitterness and that resentment, that unforgiveness will be passed down from generation to generation. All I can say is this: it ain't worth it. It's just not worth it. I'm sorry, I'm a preacher, so I just had to go that way. Hey, Chesley. My friend right there. That's good.
Y'all know I can talk probably as much as Robbie, so I will try to be brief.
More than me. Let's clear that up.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so Mayor Gibson asked a very, very strong question and a good one. How do we continue in desegregation? Y'all know that I'm typically running around with a camera shooting pictures. I see things literally behind the lens. And what I see is so intriguing. When you get to look at life and you get to see your public and the individuals behind that lens, it looks different. So last year, when Mayor Gibson asked for me to shoot the inauguration and then our gala afterwards, I got a really good perspective on that very question. Prior to that, I had told Joseph from Black Natchez, I said, Joseph, when you go into a room, watch. Just sit back and watch. What's going to happen, what I've seen, is that you have your white people that are kind of congregate over here, and your people of color, however, whatever color they are, over here. And it's so odd to me that even though we have freedoms, that we still kind of cluster in our groups. And I think personally it's because of familiarity. We're comfortable in those spaces. So last year, while I was shooting at our gala, I saw Joseph and I said, Joseph, come here. We're standing in the back of Rolling River Reloaded. Nobody knew what was going on. You do now. Everybody was talking, laughing, carrying on. But I said, look, do you remember what I told you? He said, oh my God. I said, yep. I said, you've got these people that, that have these things that take place, and I think it's interesting that we are still in those places. So I guess my question is, have y'all seen this, and what are you thinking would be the solutions to that? I personally think I'll just go sit wherever and say, hey. But what do y'all think?
I'll take a stab at it because it's definitely something I think about quite a bit. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think you have to make some difficult sacrifices yourself. So if your kids get into a different school, maybe don't send them there because it's all white, and maybe send them to the school where there's more integration so that they can learn the value of being around people who are different from them. And that's a family sacrifice, right? But you choose to value something different than just winning or getting more money or getting into the best college. So you have to look at yourself and think, how can I choose differently? And I think, you know, earlier it was said that get to know someone on a deeper level, not just superficially, and you'll find commonality. So those are my thoughts. But I want to say one thing, because I promised that I would tell my mom how much she means to us, and that we are so lucky that she has embodied our grandmother's principles and quietly instilled those in us. And I think that allows us to grow in our own lives and try to value integration and diversity. So thank you, Mom.
I would like to take a stab at it as well. I remember when I first moved to Lima, Ohio, I wasn't used to being in an area that was 12% black and 88% white. Having come from Natchez, which was roughly 50-50, and then I'm going to an environment where I was one of, it was like 5 black engineers out of 100 that I worked with. And there were some days when I didn't see any blacks at work. And I was like, oh gosh, this is different. It forced me to have to leave my comfort zone. And in doing that, I learned that, okay, they're not too much different than I am. And what you end up doing is you have to be intentional. You don't, it's easy to gravitate to what you know. If you enter a room and you see some black people and white people, if you're black, hey, you go over there to the white section. Hey, is that seat taken? If you're white and you see some, is that seat taken? And if they say no, have a seat, you sit down and you start talking. You engage, you force people.
That's right.
In a nice way. Yeah. And I've had that to happen to me. I've been with some of my black friends, and some white people might show up and say, hey, is that seat taken? No, come on, have a seat. And when they say, okay, yeah, we sit down, we have drinks, whatever together, and next thing you know, we're exchanging phone numbers and hanging out. Or, you know, so that's what we have to do. We have to be intentional in leaving our comfort zone, because it's easy. I'm going to always go to that left shoe because it's comfortable. Well, let's try the right shoe sometimes. Or going without shoes, I don't know. But that's what you got to do. You got to step out of your comfort zone. And it starts one step at a time.
And intentionality is definitely key. I was going to add to that. My parents were the pastors of Word of Faith before I became the pastor due to my parents' medical conditions now. But prior to us coming there, it was a multicultural church. It was the only multicultural church in Natchez in the 80s. And so what they would do, and my parents kept that alive, is there were churches like Word of Faith, First Assembly of God, Parkway that's right up the street, Bethel Church in Vidalia. There's another church, Abundant Life. These are all predominantly white churches and predominantly black churches, but they would do something called Fifth Sunday Fellowship. And they would bring all of their churches together at one of those particular locations, and it, you know, caused people to engage because, as he said, here is a black church, it's a white church. It's a black school, it's a white school. But intentionality says we're going to put everybody in the same spaces. We're going to put everybody, you know, and food and music is a good thing to bring everybody together. I don't care what color you are, right? But they were intentional about doing it. And even for me, when I choose mentors, I don't choose people that look like me often. But I do have some that look like me, but I also have some that don't look like me. Right? Because everybody doesn't see business through the same lens. So I'm learning, because I'm intentional, Hey, can you teach me, Mr. Neal? Hey, Mr. Mayor, can I sit down and discuss this with you? Hey, Mr. Braxton. Hey, Mr. Ruther. Lord, help me, Jesus. But hey, can we have this conversation, because I'm intentional, because they're also going to put me in spaces around other people, and it's going to be diverse. So you have to be intentional if you want us to all be in the same place.
I'd like to share something as well. You guys got me thinking here. In Canada, we never really look at people, and I mean, sure, there's people out there that probably do this, but we don't really look at your color.
Right.
I hear so much about color when I come to the United States. Black, white. We don't look at it like that. I'm not saying we're perfect. What we do is we look at you as a person. So when I work in a hospital setting, I'm working with people, the United Nations. I'm working with Indians, Chinese, Muslims. I'm working with people from all over, but I'm not focused on their ethnicity. I'm focused on their strengths, what they have to contribute when I work with them. And we actually come together by sharing meals. It's the greatest. That's why I'm overweight, because we eat all the time. We bring great food in, and that's our commonality. And that's how we begin to bond, and that's how we begin to understand each other. So Canada's not perfect, and yes, we have our issues, but we hardly talk about color. We never talk about the brown guy over there or the whitey. We just talk about people when we're working with each other, and we don't look at it like that. Anyways, I'm not saying we're perfect, but it does bring us together. Food.
Well, with that, I think we're going to wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for sharing your stories and your thoughts, and thank you all for your questions. I'll turn it over to Valencia.
We have a team of gatekeepers. Y'all, no. I want to thank everyone, as the mayor said earlier, for coming today. We have planned this, as I said, for 8 months. A lot of planning, and again, Roseanne, Lou is the one who actually gave us our title, Together Natchez, a Festival of Ideas. So Philip, Roseanne, Lou, and I think Mark stepped out. Thank you all. Thank you. Mary Jane is here. Mary Jane, thank you again. And again, this is a very, very quiet, humble family. And I'm sure this stemmed from the pain and suffering that they endured as children, along with their parents, your grandparents. So again, thank you all for coming. And before we close, at the end, we will all go to 503 Monroe Street, where we will have the unveiling of a marker at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Baroni and their children. So Bo Baumgartner is going to close it with a prayer. Thank you.
I noticed on the program that I'm allotted 10 minutes of praying. I always get the hard acts to follow. I mean, we had Reverend Marvel here, and I've heard some wonderful prayers, but I'll close with a very simple one that many of you will recognize. It's common between Jewish and Christians. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May he be gracious to you and shine his face upon you and give you peace. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Okay.
No.
Hello, everybody. everybody, and thank you for coming. We are here to unveil the historical marker in front of 503 Monroe Street, the home of Louis Baroni and Marjorie Baroni, and the home of us, of their children. And I do want to thank the city of Natchez, the mayor, Valencia, and everybody for making this happen. It's truly an honor for our family. So with that, and before it rains, here we go.
That's a good idea. Just go all the way across.
There we go. We're working on it. All right, let me cut it up this way.
All right, do it down that way. In front. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. That's good.
I don't want to fall off. You want to read it, Rose?
Okay.
Can you see it?
The plaque says, Baroni Home, 503 Monroe Street, site of the home of Marjorie R. and Louis J. Baroni, who hosted scores of activists, journalists, and volunteers arriving in Natchez during the 1960s and 70s to help Black community members register to vote during the country's civil rights struggle. Inspired by deep spirituality and with the support of her husband and 6 children, Marjorie embraced an abiding belief in the dignity of all people. She dedicated most of her adult life as a white Catholic woman to working tirelessly against an entrenched, closed society. In so doing, she helped improve the lives of all Mississippians, the Natchez community, and especially the Black citizens of Adams and Jefferson counties. Marjorie Rushing Baroni, 1924 to 1986. Louis J. Baroni, 1922 to 2017.
All right.
All right.
And thank you for coming and for the whole day. It was fantastic and wonderful. We do appreciate it. That's it.